What are you gonna do? Use how do I and what do I? How big is this structural panel? It's not big enough for the floor. How big is this structural panel? It's the same size as the other, but different somehow. The 25S for a floor. Ah, you guys are with me, right? We're back. Because it said OBS connection successful. Okay, you go away. Sure, and then we'll test. We'll give me a quote. Right. Destroy and that's Snowbot, and that's me. Yes, we're online. Says no viewers, but I'm not a robot. Silent cartographer. Shh. It's in the name, man. God. Yes, we are back. Okay. It was all a sketch until now. And then he had to actually do something and put it together. The Light Guy 89, 19 months worth of subscription. Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. I feel so, however, whatever it is that I'm feeling right now, I definitely feel that way about it. About all of it. Stop pawn. What is up is I don't know how we're gonna make this thing structurally sound with an idea that it could actually be taken to space right now. Trying to figure out, because we can't do the Greebling, which is the fun part, maybe. Can't do that until we figure out how the hell it all comes together. My brain doesn't want to deal. It just doesn't want to deal with it, is the thing. You've got these, not the right size, like, put another floor piece in. That's one big-ass pentagon is what you've got there. I could make a separate pentagon and attach it at a singular point. And then strut it to everything. And then everything builds off of there, but then it would be built off of exclusively one side of my two balls. This is also problematic. Shut up. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak on my own fucking channel, me. What? And these are big. Ooh. These are 3 times the size. This looks like it might be I mean, it's close anyway. It's a little bit not there, but damn is it close. If I did that, like I don't have a snapping point for it. But, whatever you just attached to, are we on absolute? Get to absolute. Snap you straight to the ground. And then, I don't even know what part I've attached to here. Were I to do such a thing such as such, it being the pentagon would mean you build it from the center and you do all those things, and then there's the stuff, and then the guys and whatnot. Shall we make a giant pentagon out of the T25 structural panel? I think that's where I'm going to start. Just so that I'm actually pretending as though I'm accomplishing something at some point. My God, with the frame lag to have that many nodes visible. So where are you gonna build that, my friend? Don't ask me questions that I don't have the answers to when I'm already clearly, like, overwhelmed by the magnificence of what I hath wrought so far. You like that, and then can I have you... No, you want to just and then one of those, but then if I hold you like that, and then, but you need to, no, always wrong. Always often wrong soon is who I am. So, if I try, what we're going to have to do here is try and do 5-sided symmetry again. Get rid of you, because you're corrupted by the forces of the world, just like everything else. So, we're going to make 5-sided symmetry. We go into radial snapping. That's 3, that's 4, that's 6-sided symmetry. Put that on, grab one of them, remove it from symmetry, yank you off, bye-bye, and then I make a copy, and I bring those to here, and I put them down, And now we've got 5-sided symmetry, so I'll get rid of the old stuff. And then what we need to do is take the big guy, and he's going to merge him in, and I'm just going to merge him in. Yeah, so he's coming out the other side of things. Huh? And then we got the perfect corners there. The snapping even worked this time to put it in the right spot. Amazing. And then, because of all the texture tearing, what we need to do, what we want to do, is just bend it down a touch, or up a touch, in order to get ourselves a little star pattern, and that kills all of that ugliness. All that ugliness goes away, and then off of this part we have the thing. We have all of the thing. I'm gonna need you to actually be attached to that. Seems like an idea. I might put it so that you're merged just about as much as you possibly could. And just before that starts showing, strap some rockets to it and hope for the best. What's the worst that could happen? That I can't do, that doesn't work? You would just need the big shipping containers to send it to space. Ugh. Man, I just feel not good today. I've been having, my God, with the CFS stuff, man. Every year about this time I end up saying things like, you know, I'm not gonna be here next year because the change of the weather, oh my God, it just kills me. And then I'm here again because what the hell else am I gonna do, you know? I'm part of the poor. I am the poor. Welcome to my poorness. If I make you the... Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, but it's kind of got to be done. And it's either exit the scene or don't. So, and then with the... I grab everything. No, don't. With the you, and then grab everything. No, because you're not listening to me. I'm saying rotate, and then grab everything. Yes. Damn game. Uh-huh. We are on an absolute, so that should be correct. And now what I've got is a radial piece that attaches radially that I can't actually attach. So then what we do, go over to subassemblies. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I think these are actually medium balls. Medium balls. And I just make a copy of you off of, in fact, off of here. Right? No, do I have to break everything off of everything? Off of everything? So I get rid of that, and then I grab this, put it in the sub-assembly zone, and then this would be, I guess for now, mid, but you're the wrong size. Yeah, no, don't do that, because this is a big ball. I don't know what size. Maybe we already had one of these? Am I insane? You might be insane, Pawn. What's the large pentagon radial? What's your size? Yeah, we had this. And I just made it again. Right? That's the same size? It's not the same. We didn't have this. We've never had this. So this is a different size entirely. Son of a biscuit. Just put it in all sub-assemblies then. You fuck me. With, and then undo, and don't fuck me. You've been doing that all month, really. So heat it up with a cocking. Cocking ports? Use your cluster truck, space truck. Take it up in parts that can fit on that thing. I mean, and then Bill can just assemble it in space as soon as he gets back from his vacation and being dead, which is where he is right now. So this is a large, not giant, so mid giant pentagon, and then this is radial. We'll call it that. Mid giant pentagon radial. Thank you. And then you fuck off. Here, would that get rid of you? Thank you. And then you come back to... she'll come back to me. You attach to here. Just one, and please. Okay, yep. And then we set the center of reality back to that guy. Okay, and you've changed. So then if I grab the entire thing, absolute snapping, touch it. Why did the two of you have different absolute snappings would be a question we could ask. But that's for the sages, I guess, to know. And not any of us. So now I shouldn't need that. I throw you away. And I can come over here and we'll see if I'm just... shouldn't be streaming today because for a number of reasons. I could give you many of them. What did I call it? I called it mid-giant pentagon radial because that's an idea, and it won't snap to any point because they're all... Yeah, we can't use the nodes here. That's fine, I guess, because it has to be, because here we are. So with snapping, without snapping, put you on there, and then nope, that's a bad place to put that. There isn't a good place to put it though, pawn. Oh, fucking god damn it. Alright, now it's just gonna be one of those eyeball jobs. Just by eye, we gotta do this. So you, on your local, no snap, pull you out. Yeah. Yeah. And then, that looks plausible. I've got some deniability, anyway. Can we also... Fuck,
Buy
what?
mode adjustment.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes?
I've been reading the tea leaves again and I think we should adjust our buy-in price.
Okay, do that.
I'm moving the upper threshold to $4,244.92. Just wanted you to know.
Okay, no, that's
Buy-in
fine.
price updated.
Yep, me too. Oh, here she goes.
LWB override.
Right.
Super
you do
quick,
tend
sir.
to do those things at the same time,
I'm
don't you?
overriding our persistent market bottom.
Okay.
The lowest
don't-
wick will now be $4,193.96.
We're in public, don't talk about your bottom.
Persistent data adjusted.
Okay, thank you. So then I would just grab this and bring it down, and we've got a floor. Is the premise. See how it was going somewhere? And nobody believed that it was... certainly not me, honest. I wasn't sure that we were going to... And I'm still not sure whether or not this is going to be any kind of a solution. But having a floor, I think, is neat. I mean, it might seem a little bit posh to some, but I think a floor and/or a roof, these things are not guaranteed by the American government, but, you know, they could be, is a thing. And I would like it. I think that would be a good idea. And then if I just lower you, try and, like, actually close and fill this space that there's not just a visible gap on all sides. It just might not be big enough. It was very close in the first place. Okay, that closes a visible gap there. There is a visible gap here. I presume there's going to be a visible gap. No? Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so we've got more space to drag. If I effed it, because I kind of have, I would say it's effed. Then I could drag it in this direction. Does it need to twist a little, perhaps? I need you to come in what direction? No, that's... Don't listen to the words that I'm saying and then hear them the way that I said them. Hear them the way that I meant them. Otherwise, we're all going to get in trouble and banned on Twitch, and our accounts are just invalid all of a sudden. So that actually does give us a floor, covers the space, gives us a nice little lip that anybody who's walking around in here could trip on. What kind of a twist are you thinking, Dermacian? Which angle? I'll keep looking. What's going on with the green screen? That would be a cattail. Bags. You wanna just come in here a little bit closer to me? Yeah. Hi. And then his tail will continue wagging on the screen. It's nothing. So yeah, it definitely rises on this. Is this the centerpiece? Which is the piece that we're attached to? It's here. It's higher at that corner than over there and then over there. So we're that kind of a twist, huh? Alright. It does look like the gap here is reasonable, though. Like it's the same on either side of those. So give me this again, drag it out, and then try and find the place at which our gap becomes even across the way. Or at least appears even. As even as it's gonna be is a thing. If I up by one more tick, and then if I dragged everything down maybe? Because now we've got like similar spacing all along there. But then we're already kind of at the right height there. You know, nothing here is perfect. Because we can't control the exact precise angle of anything anywhere. We can't control the exact precise angle of these things, so yeah. But this is I think that's it. I think we've got it in place where I would want it. What are you building, says Giorno Giovanni the Duck. I am building the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love. And I don't need that. I hope I don't need that. There you go. So that's what I'm building, and right now I'm just trying to shape up the interiors. I'm just trying to get to the point where I can start greebling it. Because now what we're talking about is that this would be done, the balls are a separate thing from the corridors, but they are, you know, a pair of balls. Two balls are one thing. The corridors are a separate thing, and then we bring them up in four launches. Balls, corridor, and maybe even these corridors could be brought up in chunks. Don't know if that's a good idea. Probably not. Not really a satellite, more a ship or station of love. Yeah, they call it the Satellite of Love, which, you know, anything parked in orbit, you could say is the satellite of the moon is a satellite of the Earth, and the mun is a satellite of Kerbal. But yeah, it's a little misleading there in the terminology. But it's the Mystery Science Theater 3000 in the not too distant future, somewhere in time and space. Mike Nelson and his robot pals are caught in an endless chase, pursued by a woman whose name is Pearl, just an evil gal who wants to rule the world. Something, 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 I don't remember the lyrics to that season's thing incomplete. They shot him into space! No. So back to structural, because it needs to hold together on all of the angles and in all of the... Back to structural pod. It's just, I'm in a headspace today. The headspace is confused, is how I would define my headspace. Not all there, sort of a thing. So, get me a view. Get me a view that I might be able to work with. It's close quarters in here. How about if you start from there and you said with... No, but it's all one part is the deal there. Son of a biscuit. I don't want to attach it that way. So, what if we made this the root part? Okay, everything's rotated, but now that's the root part, and then if I came back with the struts, it's still not gonna abide. The dude does not abide. If it's a core piece, and then... I think you just gotta attach them all manually, one at a time, Pawn. Oh, good. Yeah, sounds like fun, doesn't it? You... Nope. Alright, so figure out which way you need to spin it. It's always the last one you check. And not just because it's the joke where it's always the last one you check. Yeah, because you stop checking after, idiot. No. It is always the last angle. Out of 3 angles, 3 different directions it could be, I never go to the first one. I never go correctly to the one. So where is this going to attach, though, Mr. Pawn? Yeah. Yeah. I guess they're going to attach to those guys. So, yeah, you there, and then that. Am I in the... Yeah, you're in a reasonable place there. Just keep spinning this around, and then shoot, I don't remember which direction it was. It's not that one, it's not that one, it's not That it's none of the directions, actually. Is it? No. No, no, alright. Just throw you away. Bring this guy in. I picked the correct one the first time. Oh my god, it happened. We've broken it. Now forevermore I will always pick the right one. And if you believe that, there's a bridge in New Jersey that I have the rights to name, and I could, for just $152,000, it could be named after you. It's not even an NFT either. It's actually the bridge. Ha! Who would've, you know, you'll actually get ownership is the bullshit that I'm selling you right now. If I absoluted that, it's just not gonna work. Nope. You should just choose to live with how it is, because it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be as much pain as they always said living on the satellite of love was, watching all of those horrible movies. Lady Pawn and I actually watched some MST3K the other night, because we've been building this, so obviously I'm, you know, thinking about it, about the show. And what do we watched Pod People. You may remember the episode, the Pod People one? Because I am sorry for you, if you do. Pod People with Trumpy McLeod. Those were some of the jokes there. I've done 2 of 5. By the first live stream break, we should be at least 3 of 5 through. My cat can see your cat on the TV and is staring at just the tail that wags into the green screen occasionally. Oh, give me you. No, don't make a copy of it, because they're all fucked up. They're always going to be fucked up. It's just fucked up. There we... Yep. Well, wait, no, because that one looked like it was kind of... Yeah. Save yourself some hassle there. Line it up, and just be okay with it. Just don't try and make it perfect. Don't. I see you looking. No, this is what I said not to do. I just need to shorten that up a little bit from both sides. And then I'll be, and then I'm gonna walk away. I swear it. See? I swore at you. Fuckers. Get you in here. And then from hither to thither. Like, one of these points is the actual attachment point and wouldn't need one. And I guess it's that, but I don't fucking care. They're all gonna get it for the symmetries. So for you, I can rotate just a touch like that. Get it like closer so you don't gotta move it like you've been having to move it for all of them. Love the angle that's coming off of. It looks fine, Pawn. Move on. Move on with your life. Just one more. One left. And then we'll be ready to ship this thing to space. 3 episodes from now. 3 live streams from now. At this rate. See it, and then rotate. That looks close. That looks... It might be overturned because of the camera angle that I'm looking at this from. No, that looks good. And then, and then you're just a little bit... Your run is too long. Which is something that's... Rarely have I heard that from a woman. Yeah, no, that's there you go. All 5 points now have a connection. Is it a good connection? Not gonna... Why are you asking me those kinds of questions? The other thing is that, like, these 2 balls need to be joined somewhere as well. And while I was doing all of that, like, maybe I should have strutted these points up, because this ball to that ball on the tips as well, and then they would have a shared junction. All right, nope. Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing these things that we've been doing. So from there to there. Yeah, progress, I assure you, is being... Okay, I don't want to just lie directly to your faces. That seems wrong. If I could name it, would Trump Lost 2020 Bridge be acceptable? Sure, as long as if your check clears, I really don't care. You can deal with the violence from fanatical fascist white power motherfuckers. You know, if the money's in my account, I take the same stance that what was it? NBC, while Trump was running. I take the same stance that their owners and operators took, which was, hey, it may be bad for the country to show this hate speech on television, but it's good for our ratings, so, you know, fuck humanity. Da da da. NBC. We'll platform white power activists and doom the nation to decades worth of, you know, backwards movement. You know, so long as there's ratings in it for us, what the fuck do we care? I like this. Like, we have to live here too. We're rich. We could build fucking cloud cities in California and just pretend like we don't live in the rest of the country. What the fuck do we give? Long time no see, Mr. Ronan. Hello, Make Pause. How you been? How you doing, huh? Me? Oh, thank you for asking. I've been feeling horrible. I feel like shit. I've been treated like shit. And all you motherfuckers who want to step up, I hope you know I bring a chainsaw. I'll skin your ass raw. Because if my day just keeps going this way, then I made an incredible pizza last night. I made an incredible pizza last night! Chainsaw! I made an incredible pizza last night. By made, I mean put additional toppings on a frozen store-bought dollar store. A frozen pizza. It wasn't a dollar store. We get the $4.99 pizzas. But oh my god, I crushed it. It was just fucking delicious, is what it was. Tell you what I did, right? It was a 4-cheese pizza. $5 4-cheese pizza, that kind of a thing. Look, I made all the connections while we were talking. 4-cheese pizza, and then instead of like adding meat and stuff to it, we had leftovers in the form of red, green, and orange peppers. Just little, just like one bulb side or maybe 2 bulb sides of a leftover of those. And so I diced up the green ones real small, right? And then with the red ones, I cut them a little bit chunkier. Still a dice, but like a larger dice. And then with the orange one, which we only had a little bit of, I made it into more like petals, you know? Cut them big and that kind of thing. And then I, you know, sprinkle the green around, sprinkle the red around in there. And then the orange ones, they go like, because I had like 9 cuts. So it was like 1 for each slice if you slice this into 8s, and then 1 in the middle. Boom. Beautiful. Then we had, because Lady Palm made some cheese sticks, like homemade, you know, we got the mozzarella sticks in the pack, just you know, string cheese, mozzarella sticks. And then she did the whole egg wash and rolled them up and fried them. And they didn't come out that great. Because the cheese sucked. It was cheap fucking cheese, mozzarella stick, string cheese. It just, so there was no real saving it. But, you know, you could eat them, and we did. There's still 1 or 2 in the fridge, but you know, I'm eating. But in addition, of course, if you're gonna make the cheese sticks, you gotta have like a dipping sauce, a red sauce, tomato, words and CFS and how they flee me, you know, but a red sauce, right? Dipping red sauce, marinara. You gotta have some kind of. So she made a little marinara to dip in. So I'm making this pizza. I'm looking in the fridge. I'm saying, all right, we got the peppers. So I do the peppers thing, and then I'm looking at it, seeing we got the little dish of like leftover marinara. So I sprinkle the marinara just, you know, in blobs here and there. So it's on it after I get the peppers on there. Then what I've also got that I forgot to mention is green olives. I got green olives, and they've been sitting in the fridge for like months after having been open, and there's just a few of them left, which means these are the most brined olives of them all, to the point where like I you know, took a piece and I was like, oh god, that's too briny, but it was perfect for the pizza, so I diced the shit out of them, just destroyed them and spread that around in there too. And then so we got the peppers, we got the green olives, and then we got the marinara, right? And then to finish the whole thing, I come back with the cheese grater. We get these big blocks of, cheeses, the ones that are like 16 ounces in and of themselves. They usually come in 8 ounces. Is the 16-ounce motherfucker. So I get the cheddar there, and the biggest, shredder thing, and you get these big, long, thick strands of cheddar. There's wow. So cheddar on top of the already 4 cheese pizza with all those things that I described on there. It was fucking delicious. It was like, oh my God, I fucking nailed it. Crisp, it's pizza is usually kind of it's dense. It's just bread and cheese and shit like that. But all of them fresh-ish veggies on there, just popped in your mouth. It was delicious, is what it was. Ketchup, says ketchup on your cheese sticks? No, Tremasian marinara, indeed. My pizza tip is add feta. You got to have feta, and then also no, not on every pizza anyway. Like I could get behind that occasionally. In the right circumstance. You know what I could get behind in terms of pizza? A lot of people think is gross. Not pineapple. I'm fine with pineapple. My dad likes pineapple and green onions on a pizza. All right. What I'm fine with that a lot of people think is gross is BLT pizza. In terms of specialty pizzas you can order, I like a BLT. Every now, just once on an occasion. It's really just that I have a fond relationship with mayonnaise when you get down to it, and so a BLT pizza has got a little mayo on there. You got the tomato and the mango. Thoughts on Karl Marx? Says Make It Pause. I haven't studied him. I haven't looked into him. As I declare myself a socialist. I really haven't been serious about looking into his works directly, looking into his economic theory, because that's all he was. Let's be clear. Karl Marx was an economist, but I find that people who do know Marxist stuff, and I, seem to agree, them based on Marxist philosophy, and me, Marxist economic just concepts and understanding of the world, and me based on being in the world, looking at it, and going, this doesn't work. No, that's that's to suggest I just figured it out myself, and everybody else needs to be taught. No, it's just I don't pretend to actually know Marx and Hegel's dialectics and that kind of stuff the way that some people do. I view the world as I've viewed the world based on I live in it, this doesn't work, here are the reasons that seem obvious to me why, and here are the solutions that we could enact that would make it better, that I think would work. And then it turns out that this Marx guy and a lot of people who know about Marx, they are talking the same thing, been talking the same thing for a while. So then I start throwing in with democratic socialists, DSA and stuff like that. Looking to them to tell me where to vote. To give me an idea of who I might want to look at to see if they're worth voting for. And I find the DSA very helpful for that. Best pizza I ate was Roman pizza. Crust is so thin, it's solely crunchy. You like a crunchy crust, huh? I don't want a pizza that is all bread. The best part of a pizza for me, the thing that you can do to, you're all green right now, I'll just leave it. Thing that you can do for me to ruin a pizza, I don't care what the hell else is on it, ruin a pizza is not enough sauce. The pizza has to have, it's gotta be saucy, Otherwise, it's just fucking bread and cheese, and I would have ordered breadsticks, cheese sticks, cheesy breadsticks, something like that if I wanted that. I'm looking for a pizza, it's gotta have the sauce, man. The sauce is the core ingredient, and then you wrap the bread and the cheese around it. No, it's gotta be saucy. So I tend to actually like a deep dish, which is a lot of bread kind of thing, but it's gotta be a deep dish that, it should be that much crust under there, and then it should be a nice fucking, you're wondering if this is a pizza or if this is lasagna kind of level of sauce, and then whatever that's going on top of it kind of a deal is what I'm looking for. Sauce. Saucy. Who is Karl Marx? Is he another streamer? Yes. he's going on the Joe Rogan show next week in order to argue in the opposite direction of Jordan B. Peterson, who was recently on. No, I don't follow Joe Rogan. I know that Rogan has had Jordan B. Peterson on. Do I know that? I assume that. I know he's had Ben Shapiro on. I know that he likes to find people who basically represent, the public-facing version of white power fascist groups that are definitely not racist if you ask them. He definitely has had a lot of the people who find themselves so often having to say, I'm just being logical, which is one of those, really does need to be somewhere on the racist pyramid, doesn't it? Of like, at the bottom, you got this stuff that's, minimally harmful, and then as we get up there, somewhere around the middle probably would be, listen, I'm just being logical. I'm concerned with data and facts. Shape is kind of required too. Cuboid pizza is not pizza. You don't. Are you saying like the square deep dish? You're not a fan of? I mean, cuboid pizza. I remember, didn't they have somebody made like it's 6 deep dishes that are attached in some way into a cube? Is that what you're talking about? What are we talking about back in the day? They had revolutions. Any chance there's one in the future? There may be one soon if Texas secedes, to speak of. I think doesn't Texas talk about secession every couple of Tuesdays or something like that? Which isn't to belittle Texas at all. I think it's a great idea, and I don't mean that again, not to be to be like, I think it'd be great if Texas seceded and they got out of here. No, I think it's a pretty good solution to the way shit doesn't actually function today. Would just be to say, all right, bitches, I'm out. Here's a problem though. I got this thing, and I need you to absolute snap back onto a line. Is that going to happen? That is going to happen and did happen. Okay. We've got the floor in, but I got to be honest with you. I am way more interested in talking about the fucked up things that we've been talking. Oh, but look, by snapping it, it moved all of those things and fucked them all up. And now by going Control-Zetting it, it fucked all of them up again. Oh, this fucking game with the shit in the goddamn it, Huh? Yeah. I had it in a position, then I moved, I'm gonna Control-Z again, and it does not undo that, and then I gotta Control-Y, and now, fuck. And now, fuck. I think what we gotta, Jesus fucking fuck shit with the balls. I don't know if you noticed with the balls, but the balls here, like if I manually put you back, you fucked up all of my, all of the work that I just did on all of these is now like just gone, because Kerbal just decided it will be so now. Controls that again. I'd much rather just sit here and discuss the anti-vaxxing, we look out for the great replacement fucking movements on the internet than actually do any of this right now. Ugh, this fucking game. You do the work, you put in the time, you make the effort, and then it just undoes your shit randomly in a way that makes no particular sense. This does need to be like the central part too. You know what I'm gonna do? What are you gonna do? We're on Mark 7, right? We're on the Mark 7 of this. Let's save this as Mark 7 where it is right now. And then can I just get rid of everything that isn't... See, but you go out and then you connect here and then you come back there. We need these balls to connect direct. Like, what do you connect to first? Like you connect to... You are attached directly to... that. Yeah? So you're attached to the top ball. Top ball attachment is what we've got going on there. So if I grab that and I rip you away, fuck, it takes half the fucking dome with it. And then we probably never get it back either. That's what we saw with the Control Z. No, it takes the whole fucking dome away. Oh, but you're attached to the lower one. If I throw that away entirely, where are we? What do we got? Because this is the center point of the ship right now. Then we got that. And then can I get rid of all of you as well? Like if I rip off from here, let's say go fuck yourself. Boy, if we would have done that from the start instead of being stuck in the ball there. Why can't I get any lower than... Oh, it's because the ship itself is so low. Is what you want to do is bring it up. And then you won't feel like you can't swing. Or you want to be when you want to be there, you know? How's it gonna be? When you don't know me anymore. What if I got rid of you as well? Huh? What if I ripped all of you off? What if everybody just went and fucked themselves? Oh, God.
Buy mode adjustment.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes?
I've been reading the tea leaves again and I think we should adjust our buy-in price.
Alright.
I'm moving the upper threshold to $4,242.64.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted you to know.
Thank you.
Buy-in price updated.
You also gonna do the other one? You are.
LWB override.
Okay.
Super quick, sir.
Right.
I'm overriding our persistent market bottom. The lowest wick will now be $4,208.28.
Oh, getting tight.
Persistent data adjusted.
Okay. Thank you, hon. So, what would be better than what we have right now? The problem is I pull you off and then that's the attachment point you have to come back to. But what would be better, if I put you back, because it doesn't fucking matter, because it just throws away all of my hard work, would be if this were actually attached on this side, because then we'd have a directionality to it. So we'd want that part to be over to there. What if I made you the root part? Uh-huh. And then with absolute snapping. Okay, yeah, but the thing that I said though. And then on the absolute snap, you don't actually ever get flat. Okay, we'll just ignore that as though it's not a massive problem. And then if I rip you off, and then it's this side, but if you attached over here, and I think maybe attached to that center triangle, yeah, and then we aligned you, you know, you'll align in the correct direction, won't you? That's great for you. And then, now that you're attached there, if I make you the root part, and then, snapping to, but if you're the root part, then you won't, I need something that's flat, and then it's the root part. If I take you off, and then I throw this shit the fuck away, and then I don't have anything that the ship starts on, then I go to my subassembly, and I get out my mid-giant, whatever it was, mid-giant pentagon radial, and then that's there, except for yep, sure. No, and the last fucking thing that I try, and it's like that, except for I want you that way, maybe, and then I grab this part, however and wherever, then I bring you back in, and I would want you to attach like this, Is there a node on this, actually, that's in a place that I could snap to? Probably not. Just do it like that. Alright, and then from you, with an absolute, you should actually snap flat now. And you don't. And why wouldn't you? 'Cause reasons. Oh, right. Reasons. I forgot that the game had those. Because this part is at an angle, I guess. Fucking. So without snapping, and then I eyeball flatness. Like, we need to figure out some way to attach to something that is flat, and then get the... Ah! That's how you would do that, pawn. But do you have... I need a node on this part. And there is a center node. But it's gonna be at that angle. Is the thing. So I do like that. Nope. That's why I pressed the 2 button. Fucking piece of shit, cunt, cocksucking bitch game, you fuck. Rotate you up like this. Just trying to figure out a way to make this piece of shit fucking do what the fuck it fucking is supposed to fuck. Let's talk about Jordan B. Peterson. I don't want to be angry anymore, so let's talk about... Fuck! Racist cunt motherfuckers. Fucking... There's just no way to get this shit to snap to a horizontal plane that's actually absolute. You know? Because we're in absolute mode, alright. But because that's at an angle, it doesn't fucking count. Apparently. This is a flat piece. It's supposed to be flat with the flatness. Get up, get down with the sickness. So, if you attach to that instead, which is just wrong. What did Jordan say? He is racist now? I mean, he's always been, yeah. I didn't hear anything new. I'm just saying. Nothing new came out. It's just, you know, smell him. So, can I, if I snap to you instead, and then like that, and then... Actually, was it him who's... You can go find a clip where he's saying something I don't disagree with the idea of an ethno-state. I can't remember who it is. He's actually... So if I rip you off of there, right? And now you're the centerpiece. And so, like, do you have... You don't have a free... there is a free node in there. Right there. And I attach you to that. And it sucks that it's there. It means that we're kind of faking where this is supposed to be. But it has to. Is the thing. It just has to be. So now you got that there, and then that's... And then I could make you the center again. Yeah? Could I? Okay. And then I take that. Take you. Pull you down. I'm going to have to hold shift to just force it to be where we need it. And then we will secure it with other things. With struts. And look at that. Look at how, like, it's at an angle somehow. Still. What the fuck? Is the floor not flat to start with? Or maybe the ball just comes together in that not quite right way. Want you penetrating? Yeah. Trying to find the place at which any of this looks like it's starting to come together. Because we're now perfectly flat according to this anyway. Let's just make sure of that. Local and absolute do match with some snapping. Touch it. Yeah, we're in the right place. There. But then that just is gonna mean, it's fine pawn. It just means that you take this part. We'll make this the root part again. That's the root part again, and then we will adjust this to be special. Because then the idea would be you gotta pull off another ball's worth of everything. And attach it to the top of that, and then rip all of this away. So I really want that to be the center part. Which means we can't do it this way. Fuck. It's the limitations of the game is what I'm struggling against here, and what I've been struggling against since we started this project, or what can this game actually do. So, sooner or later, now I'm attached to you. How does that come back to attach to the rest of the ball? So if I rip this off, I gotta just start ripping pieces off to see how the hell I could possibly make this work. Because that's now a critical part right there. So if I make you the root part... No, see, because this is attached to that, technically, that becomes the thing. Fuck. Fuck. I know we just did it this way, but it's like there's a really strong, important reason why it kind of needs to be done this way. Getting rid of this, get rid of that. You need to be the centerpiece, and then this needs to attach to, I guess, here, because we got a free node to attach it there. Yeah, and then you leave that alone, and then I switch this to... Do I need this to be a core piece, maybe? Take a break, refresh your beer, and come back to it. Well, you think I'm like, way off of what I need to and getting further away? Is that what I'm hearing? Because I thought I was getting somewhere. So you're straight up and down, right? And then the ball piece here is pulled like that. Out to there. No having to hold shift and do crazy shit like we were before. And then we grab the... Let's grab you. And make you flat to the world. And now when I grab this... You'll never be flat to the world. But I guess that's just the way it is. Some things will never... be the same, oh yeah. Like that. You to here. The place where that rotational point is just fucking awesome. By which I mean the opposite of what I'm saying. Nice little embed going on there. I don't hate the embed. But let's try getting rid of it. Okay. Okay. So now we have like a... That's the root part. And we have like a half domey thing going on. And then my question would be, are these parts all incredibly important to everything? That one is. That one is. That one is. That one is. because it comes off of that. No, how do you make, so you go across, we attach this to here, and then this attaches to the rest of the sphere through you, and then you, and then you, and then out in that direction. And then, yeah, everything attaches through there. Because I would have loved for that to be, you know, a hole. Like an actually open thing. Doesn't have to be, but wouldn't that have been nice? You're straight up and down right now, I'm getting rid of you. So then the other part of this, the other, you know, deal would be to then make another ball and find another place for it to attach. Do like that. And then attaching both to the same weight. It's kind of going to have to be that way. Is that where I want it? That might be it. Yeah. And then I take you. Okay, and with the struts that are clearly coming off. Well, we might have to strut them up independently and individually. Well, I've got this hole open. Throw the struts away. So I got you there, and I grab you. I was snapping absolute. Pull you down, and snapping absolute is not going to do this. Okay. Let's take you back to where I just attached you. Before I did the rotation, I said before the rotation, please. There you go. And I'll grab you, and instead I spin it. That way. Another tick. And then drag it back. And then close it up. Apparently manually. This is gonna be tricky as fuck. Just to get a view that I can actually make just visual estimations with. Let's have it there. Drag you into place. And then the red line. Definitely not quite. You gotta come in, maybe up, maybe over. Wow, it's actually not in an awful place right now. It ain't quite perfect, but let me see what I can do. It looks good on a certain angle, and then it doesn't look good on the next line, and I guess I'm just gonna have to pick the place where it's like best of all worlds. And then does it need to be moved over more, under more? Yeah, see on this side it's like definitely sort of collapsing downward. From this side, it's also definitely collapsing downward, but I'll try that again. If it were there. Looks okay, and then merged you together a little bit more. Oh. Ah. And then on the side that is this side. Ah. Boy, that looks good. Is it right in any way? Don't bring that up. Get rid of all these. Apparently struts don't like it when you change root parts on them. But, damn. Huh? Double balls. They are not merged with the same depth that we had on the original version, but considering how fucking difficult this has been, that's gonna be it. Right? So, the Satellite of Love, Mark 7, no corridors, just that we've got something. We can always go back to the Mark 6 in order to get the rest of the building done, but like, saving that there. Throwing this stuff away. And we're going to take that live stream break so that I've got a chance to think about what I've just done and think about whether or not this solves any of our issues. And how this thing gets constructed and put together. But now, both of these balls come off of this center floor. That would be the floor for both of them, you know, in theory. One problem will be the corridor angle attachments. They were always non-square. If this is what you're looking at, you know, like that. It was always non-square, and we had to embed past it, kind of a deal, in order to make it line up. I think the balls are actually, yeah, if you look at the top of it, that's very near to perfect flat. You know, it's not going to be perfect flat. I mean, it could be, but it was done by eye, and that ends up to be almost perfect flat. Then this was done by eye, and it ends up to be almost perfect flat, so the places where the corridors come off of were always going to be a bit angled like that. But okay, we've got a double ball construction that could be its own piece. We get some docking ports in there. We strut the fuck out of it in order to try and, you know, make some rigidity. I think we could have a thing. But let's have that live stream break, step away from it for a minute, get some perspective, you know, do some research, come back and talk about Jordan B. Peterson's work for the NWP. That the NWP being the, you know, sort of new clan, by which I mean the Ku Klux is what I'm talking about. So yeah, let's take a live stream break, come back, and then, you know, we can chat about the white nationalist thing that's going on in the world. Or we could just play Kerbal, I guess, if that's is interesting to somebody. But 7-minute live stream break, don't go anywhere, pulling that out.
Skinny much other than the truth will set you free. Oh, maybe pain and sorrow, there's no tomorrow. Will take a hold of me, baby, baby, baby. All alone, baby, won't you come along and hold me? I ain't the seventh son, but I know where I'm from. Let's head on, head on down the highway.
I've been reading the tea leaves again and I think we should adjust our buy-in price. I'm moving the upper threshold to $4,223.19. Just wanted you to know. Buy-in price updated. LWB override. Super quick, sir. I'm overriding our persistent market bottom. The lowest wick will now be $4,178.42. Persistent data adjusted.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream. Here on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. The only source for a crypto trading bot speaking to me and telling you all of my secrets for losing money in the crypto markets. You know, that thing that's ecologically unsound and everybody's using like a great big gambling casino and, you know, lotto parlor, including myself. But, you know, for all the wrong reasons, when it really could be the currency system that is open, fair, free, democratic, and you know, not owned by any individual government or private agency that the government has put in power over the currency, because why not incorporate the power over the currency? National Reserve Federal. How could that go wrong? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to a politically charged live stream where I'm just saying things and not even thinking about them, and maybe calling people out for things that they haven't said but somebody else said. But, you know, they're the kind of people that they hang around with, and you get them confused a lot. You know, you hang out with a bunch of fucking racists, and it's hard to figure out, well, wait a second, what did you say and what did he say? Anyway, we're doing this. This is what we're doing. This is what we've been doing, and we're doing it, and we've done it, and it's done. And good night, everybody. Thanks for coming out. So this is the, wait, where's the centers of attachment? It's on this side, and it's going this way, and that means that it's that direction the corridors would come off of, right? Because our bowls go in that direction. So what we're trying to do is break the satellite of love that we have. I've got it saved there, so I can open this one, and we shouldn't lose anything. But then again, you can't really trust this game to not lose your work. But the satellite of love that we have made to look like that, just the basic sort of structure of the damn thing, we're trying to get it to a place where it could be, you know, pushed to space, at least in theory at some point, and where it could be built and just exist anywhere in Kerbal without Kraken forces taking over it, making it go wild, making it explode in several directions. And that means, you know, ripping it all to shreds, because it's all just been a sketch until now. And now, I still want to say it's just a sketch because I don't know. Because it's hard. This is hard. Making things work. But what we've got is, this is the main central piece. Everything actually comes off of not you, but you. Everything is built off of this guy radially. And if I would have started with a core piece, then we still would have all the same problems. This is as close as it's going to get. We've got one solid connection to both balls, the upper and the lower ball, via this triangle radially attached to its edge, not via a node. And that means that we need to do a bunch of strutting. But the point here is to make something that is rigid and solid and strong enough to survive itself and survive being lifted to space, and then be able to duplicate that so that we're not fighting everything always throughout the entire rest of the build, which is a distinct possibility the way things have been built until now. So I bring it up here, and I'm gonna have to do each one of these individually because snapping in any mode is not giving me what I want. So I do have to make every attachment one at a time, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna focus on, I'm gonna try and get you like right up to that line, and then right up to that line, and then just do that all the way around. One at a time, one at a bit, and not reuse any strut that I place. Hello, Bags. How you doing? Huh? You doing okay? Because you seem a little bit perturbed. Are you talking about Bags now? Yeah, it's Bags. I've been having some hard days is the thing, maybe. Maybe that's part of it. I've been having some hard days, hard nights, hard dogs, kind of myalgic encephalomyelitis, chronic fatigue syndrome kind of stuff going on with me. And my sleep schedule is... there's no schedule. I just sleep when I sleep, and it's been a lot, and it's been inconsistent, and it's hard to manage things. Did manage to get together with AJ, 213 from the Cluster Truck speedrunning community. He and I are mods, and we discussed a whole bunch of topics and things about how to manage the difficulties of moderating speed runs in their timing and stuff, and the amount of work that it's put on the shoulders of our very small, sadly, community of moderators right now. So we got some good work done on that, but the thing is, like, I had to ask AJ to just deal with me, as I do with pretty much everybody, in terms of when I can be available to you. We can say that we want to get together on Saturday, but pretty much until Saturday, I can't tell you when that would possibly be. And so he was very good about that, and what was for me like 3 a.m. and him midnight, or maybe for me was 5 a.m. and him 2 a.m. or something like that. Finally, like, was a time where we were both awake, and we did that, but it's just been that kind of stuff. You know, Thanksgiving is round the corner apparently, and I just have there's nothing. There's no considerations for Thanksgiving in this household right now, because how would I? And I'm fine with that, but I feel like Lady Pawn would more prefer if, you know, there was some kind of family things going on, and, you know, we got out of this house that we're stuck in all of the time because of me and stuff like that. It's just, there's that kind of things that weigh on you. Are you going to attach? Alright. You have to be a little bit longer in here, I guess. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, just trying to maintain the old sanity. And it's not necessarily... You know what? Now that I'm doing it that way, I just want to make sure that that's the way I'm doing it everywhere else. So I'm going back to this guy, and I'm gonna get you there. And what I'm doing is lining up the two corners to the vertical seams like that, and then pulling it down here and moving it away to wherever it is that it seems like that's probably going to make a connection that's valid. So, one by one. It's called the scrotum. Into the scrotum we do go. Rotate you around until I think you're upright, more or less. Get the corners on those seams. Make a connection, drop it down here. By the way, hello Rex. And then, yeah, it's not... If I grab you again and then twist you like that, you know, maybe the camera angle is... Yeah, I think that's more correct. Like that. Yes, sir. And then another over here. This was always going to be a slow, painstaking build. I mean, make no mistake. Just gotta find that place where you get comfortable with it, and you're gonna settle in and enjoy the process instead of feeling like we're not getting enough done. Maybe one more like that. Doesn't look right there, but then it also doesn't look right there. So no, you're straight up and down, and then this one is like that, and then I'm just gonna give you a little tweak. Yeah. And then on to the next one. But I'm just trying to think critically about what we're doing before we do it, because it's the kind of thing, you make that decision, you make that call, and it's like, okay, I think this will get us somewhere, and then you do a bunch of work, and then maybe it didn't actually get you where you need to be. And you, little tweak, I think that looks a touch better. Alright, so that's 5 strut connections in every direction between the center bit, that connects both of them, top and bottom. All 5 of them strutted to the outsides of the ball here. What we also would need is some structural attachments on the interior. And the thing is, I would love to end up ultimately, like, doing interiors inside this as well. You know, little touches. It doesn't have to be like a major thing, but doing some amount of interiors, which means that, well, it may be easy to, well, apparently it wouldn't be easy to just, like, snap these all from one to across to the other and have, like, a center point. I would rather reinforce it in a way that doesn't block everything everywhere. So you've got, from the center point there, there's these 3, and then there's 2 more. Is it 5 then? Those 4, and then 2 more that I can't see. No, those 4, and then just the one that I can't see. So if I, just to be completely certain of that, we move in here. The math works out on that, but we move like right on this pentagon, and then push in, and then down, and then pull back. And if from this position I can see just 4, which is what I see, then there's 5 coming off of there. So were I to do 6-sided symmetry, and then just attach them to anywhere, and then remove you from symmetry, throw you away, come back, grab this. Nope. Sorry, put that back, make a copy, and that gives us still 6-sided symmetry, I think, because of the undo process. So do it all again, start from scratch. Remove 1. Now we've got 5 things there. Make a copy. The problem, I guess, is that I can't actually touch those itself, the struts themselves, so we never get to pick up the 5-sided symmetry off of those. But I could do it with a different part and still get the same effect, I believe, in order to create a 5-sided symmetry mode that I can then use on struts. Let's see if it works that way. So if there's 6-sided symmetry here, and then I remove the symmetry, throw you away, and then I grab one of these, and I touch to you guys, now we've got 5-sided symmetry, then I come into the middle. And now, it's just a matter of getting the line up. In a place that seems to make sense. If I don't use snapping, I do like that. And then I go down to you. Then we've got 5-sided symmetry that attaches all of those to all of those. And then if I could do the same coming down to the bottom here, because you're going to have the same 5, right? And you just go off at weird angles. And then I'd go in both directions from those? Maybe. It's a lot of stuff, is what it is. It's a lot of parts. If I just grabbed you as a copy, and then brought you... Yeah, but that's not how that's gonna work, see, because then you're working with those. Right. No, yeah. If I go down to 2, and I did radial... or mirror, rather. Mirror's on the wrong angle for those. It's the right one here, but... looks like those would have to be manually done. If I had from you, it's still not going to work because you need to come off of a centerpiece, and you won't be coming off of a centerpiece. Yeah, everything else would have to be done individually. If I'm going to strut, like, everything to everything, you know. At least all of these together. Do I want to? Do I need to? Should I? More centered. Maybe embed you a touch. Touch extra. Maybe a little bit more back to the right. What do you think? Orbital dodecahedron? This is Turbo Nutter 66. Double dodecahedron. The scrotum, as Rex calls it. And now that's just lore. That's canon. Is what it is now. So I don't know. I guess I'm gonna attach them all, and it's gonna be manual. It'll be from you to you, which means I gotta just do it, not care that much about anything ever. You to you. Yeah, that's so. Ugh, when you look at it up close, but don't look at it up close, and then you're fine. Oh, good. That's an excellent solution. If you guys think this is a bad idea, stop me now, please. Put you along there before I put in a bunch of effort, and then we get to it, and it's like, put you there, put you here. It's starting to look better. I'm just getting it in line with those little edges there and then lining it up in a way that seems relatively consistent from one to the other. Give me you. Flip it. On the edge of that. Bring you down here. Yup. Realize there are 2 bowls to do this in. So. An 8,000 part count vessel? It's possible. We were at 800 before. And that was with all of everything connected to all of everything. But I could see getting to 1,000 before we even get to the Greebling. That seems plausible, if not likely. Paul made the most detailed best webmaster response to a problem I hired him for than anyone. He is incredible. Oh, thank you, Rex. I saw that you guys, like, your response and everything in the email. I'm like, I just wrote an email. But I got, I guess in this world, it's hard to get people to just be like, yeah, let me help. I'll walk through that, sure. But it didn't feel like anything particularly special to me, but I really appreciate that, that you and the other party take the time to be like, thank you, that's incredibly helpful. Can I just maybe, like, some of these that bother me, am I allowed to tweak them a little bit, guys? Am I allowed to just a touch here and there? Just see, that one's fine. I'm going to have, I'm lowering my own internal standards. Those are all fine. Okay, so now we've got that connection going all the way through there, but this doesn't connect to the floor. Should I connect it to the floor? And my answer is going to be no, because I don't wanna. We'll see. If I connect to the floor, you gotta pick which one of these 5 you're gonna connect to anyway. There would be 5 of them, so they could all, like, if this one connects to that, then this one connects to that. And I would just make it look like it connects to the right thing, like it's tucked in over there, but it is connected to the one off on the side. I don't know that it's needed, and there's a lot of other struts that need to be strutted under here. I wanted this to be something where we make one of them and then we can just rip it off and put the other one on. Would have been great, but and I might be able to do that now, but I feel like it's if I rip this one off and then I put that there, then we lose all of these struts, right? Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is there a direction where one of these is? So that one might be sound. And then you're supposed to, yeah, with the 6-sided symmetry, give me a new one. I drag you over here. I touch that, right? And then we go down to the bottom. And please don't lose that symmetry now that I'm finally in the position I need to be in. And then which direction are you facing? This way looks good. If I use snapping. And then don't use snapping. I'll take you straight up to this edge. Alright. That gets us 5 connections I didn't have to do individually, and then the rest I have to do individually. Good. It's dinner time, take her all. You can use your name. Alright. Samantha. No. Have a good night, Rex. The patent side of the lawsuit pawn is not looking good. Many other parts still exist. We will see. Jesus. Really? Really? Though? But you guys got it in first, and it's just the whole fucking industry of law and patents globally. So fucked. It's all for trolls. The whole goddamn system exists to support assholes stealing shit from people who actually did the fucking work. Let's see, so... Yeah? Yeah. That one. And then flip you. Oh wait, no, you had a method for this. It was working very well up there, and that's why it didn't work so good there. So no snapping, and then spin, and then line it up with that corner, and then up to middle here. Yeah, it's not looking as good as it might. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do when you gotta do it. Where you gotta do it, how you gotta do it. And then that's how it gets done. let me try this side instead. And maybe it'll look a little bit better to my eye holes. Get you in there. I think that's gonna look a lot better to my eye holes. If I line you up on these sides, the inside edge, but of the thing there, and then do you... Yeah, no, I guess it's like that. To you. Odin's nuts? What in Odin's left nut are you making? It is Odin's nuts. Ren Phoenix. I like that turbo nutter. And hi, Ren. What are you doing? I'm getting another one. You're not getting another one. You're making a copy of this one. Alright. So maybe you should have got. And then it was the outside of that to there. And then just trying to get the angles of view on these things that I need. Like that. Grab a copy, flip it, put it in about the same place, but on the other side, bring it up here. Boom. Get into a flow. Gotta get into a flow. Flow. You know? Okay, that's... Now you're just... You don't have to say anything if that's the kind of thing you're gonna do. If it's just gonna be that weak, you could just stop speaking. I suppose it could. Hasn't happened historically, so I don't know what you think's gonna happen here. Put that up here. And then to you there. Grab this. Like you. To about there. Flip it. Shit there. Up to this corner. Spin this down. Just try and line it up with those bars. Flip it. It's happening. I'm not talking. Oh my god! It finally happened for a couple of seconds, then they realized it was happening, and then it started happening again. But you know. So that's all of them all the way around in a very Charlie Brownish kind of a sweater pattern there. And then we didn't have any connection points to the top up here on that one, so we won't have them down here either. That is all the same connections either side, the same strutting going on. So 2 of my balls at this point, in terms of part count, that's the KSpedia, in terms of part count, 393 on these sagging nuts. Hopefully they don't sag because of all the struts we put on. I noticed it did look like a set of D20s. Are you going to roll with advantage? D&D reference. For nerds, by nerds. No. Just stick it with the saggy nuts. You know, dip them in your soup. Bloop. ICP reference. For nerds, by nerds. So, just put that like that. And then maybe on the other side as well, over here. Hold my nuts for a second. Let's put them out on the pad and see what my nuts, how they dangle, is the thing. No, you can launch it anyway. Why are you making such things? For the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love. These are the nut ends. These are the bone ends of the SOL, Satellite of Love. So, with a little bit of just hang and dangle, you know, and they're under physics, they're under gravity right now. There's a bit of wind out here. It's not being stretched apart, it's not being broken in half. Like, we want this to eventually just survive in space, where there would be no gravity. They could be structurally sound. Ish. I'd love to be able to just smack them with something. So we've got cheats, right? Object thrower. Yeah. Put the cube thrower up here. I don't want cubes. It's balls that we're working with. Yeah. So armed, and then when I hit middle click, does that? Mass is 100. 100 what? Tons? Like, let's make it just a baseball to start with. Size, speed of something. Okay, that's reasonable. So hit my balls. That ain't bad. Let's hit my ball up there. Yeah, it's almost like a sphere is actually a really strong structure, generally speaking. Right in the middle. Uh-oh. We hit something, and it blew up over here. It translated. Oh, it's because the ball went through. It squeezed through the edge and landed in there. Well, now we can shove a ball in there. We could do lotto. We suck these balls up into it. We paint some numbers on them, and boom. We could make it into a more entertaining version of the fucked up capitalism that we all live every day of our life. Hey, maybe we could convince people to dream and believe that someday they'll actually be the ones who are succeeding instead of just being fucked by everybody else. So, you know, persistent assault of my balls with someone else's balls can cause damage, you know, eventually, but they sustained against a number of attacks, and then we started attacking from the interior, which is the weakest place. If I kept, you know... Alright, it's fine, is what I'm saying. Looks good to me. I should have closed the... Yeah, I knew it was going to come with me. Unarmed, go away. Thank you. How are you going to paint numbers on? With paint. I don't know. I come here for one thing, and that is political ranting while you control little green men and their space program. Well, what do you want to talk about? Kyle Ritten? Fuck, whatever his name is? Rittenbacher? Orville Kyle Rittencock? You know, that kid who killed those 2 people during the riots, you know? Killed 2 people during riots because he showed up from a different state away carrying an AR-15. Because that was a good thing to bring to the riots, right? And he was there to protect property because that's what people asked him to do or wanted him to do, and that's what's appropriate in this society, is for just individuals, especially children, especially kids, to have fully automatic rifles the size of their fucking bodies, more or less, And, you know, bring them out
By
into the
mode
street
adjustment.
in a
Sir,
situation where
I've
a lot
been
of people are
reading the tea
protesting
leaves
some
again,
fucked
and
up
I
shit
think
that's
we
been
should
going on
adjust
forever.
our
Hey, I'm
buying
talking.
price.
Okay,
I'm
do it
moving
then.
the upper threshold to $4,216.18. Just wanted you to know.
16 and 18,
Buy-in
16.
price updated.
216, 18? And the lower?
LWB override.
Yeah.
Super quick, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm overriding our persistent market bottom.
Okay.
The lowest wick will now be
What is it?
$4,179.73.
Got it.
Persistent data adjusted.
Okay. Yeah, we could talk about that kid who showed up who brought guns to protests, and that the people who don't want to recognize that they're protests call riots. So let's use that against them and say, you know, that white kid who brought the gun to the riot and then killed 2 people and shot another one, and was just exonerated on all charges? None of the charges. There was no murder. There was no, in fact, even endangerment of other people, even though 2 are dead and 1 is injured. There was no criminal endangerment of other people by bringing an assault rifle that you weren't legally allowed to have, then transferring it across state lines, which you're definitely not allowed to do, in order to show up to some protests and then, I mean, riots, and then kill 2 people. Not even any like first degree endangerment of other people's lives there, even though 2 of them are dead. I don't know how you manage to kill people without endangering their lives, but it's exonerated on all charges. And in fact, that whole issue of like having an assault rifle that is not registered to you and then bringing it across state lines, let's not even talk about that in the court. Let's have the white judge go ahead and throw out these Black Lives Matter protests. Let's just go ahead and have this white judge throw out that as even something that the court should talk about or consider in the case. Let's not have a charge about the illegal trafficking of firearms, or you aren't supposed to have that gun but had it and killed 2 people with it. Because free to go, exonerated on all charges. Lovely day. We'll just be burying people over here and consoling their loved ones. Thanks, Kyle. Thank you for coming out. Really, you know, I'm so glad that you responded when no one called you to something that you ended up just murdering people with. Well, go home and have a lovely life from here on out, son. So what if he was white? White judge, lol. Well, it just doesn't, it's a bad look, as they say on the internet, isn't it? That, Black Lives Matter protests were going on, and then there's this white judge who's sitting there at the end of the trial and telling people, there's a lot of police here, I just want you to know. If anybody, you can't have a reaction to the verdict. However it comes down, we're about to read the verdict, I'm about to find out from the jury what they've come up. When I read that, you can't possibly have a reaction to what's going on. If you do, a lot of cops here, they'll grab you and take you right out of the thing. I'm just warning you now. Just kind of a bad look. Bad look when that white judge is like fucking grabbing the balls of the jury at the end and tickling them like he's saying, you did the right thing. That's the call you were supposed to make. Thank you so much. You guys were one of the best juries I've ever had. Just there you go. Just, it's a bad look when you got the white judge throwing out charges that are definitely the kind of charges which you've brought. You can't not prosecute him on those, right? On having an assault rifle and walking into the, you know, and transferring it across state lines. Definitely going to have some kind of at least record for that. Even if it's time served, you're going to have something on your, let's just not even consider those things. It's just a bit of a bad look when you've got, you know, protests about how the police and justice system treat black Americans differently than white Americans. And then you've got this white kid who brought an assault rifle to a protest and ended up killing some people on trial. And then there's a white judge who's just throwing out the charges that he's definitely going to get busted on at least a little bit. Just, as the kids say, a bad look is the thing. Don't worry, I live in a stand-your-ground state, so a guy who shot a dude to death in a C-store parking lot just got off scot-free, even though the guy he shot to death didn't even have so much as a paperclip on him. America. Fuck yeah. His state of residency could still file charges for the weapon possession. Well, let's hope that somebody gives some kind of a shit about that, because, you know, it would just... Does anyone in this country or in the world think that in America's current justice system, if the white kid who did that and then claimed after, I mean, recognize that what he's saying and what his defense is the most viable defense that he and his lawyer could come up with, which is that we were just coming to defend local residencies, not that he spends a lot of time online in certain chat rooms talking about the great boogaloo or whatever the fuck it is, which is not definite, but very probably if you're the kind of person who's grabbing an AR-15 to go to protests instead of, you know, grabbing a fucking sign and going out there to protest alongside, rather probable. Does anyone in the world think that the results of this case would have been the same, or that the results of that evening would have been the same if who we were talking about was a young member of the Black Panthers, of the modern Black Panthers, who also are keen on wearing AR-15s, because apparently Kyle can get away with it, so if it's okay for him, it should be okay for... Does anybody think that a young black man with an AR-15 who ended up killing 2 people at the riots would have even lived to see trial in America, let alone to be exonerated on all charges? Because I'm sure some people do. I don't. Just, you know, we can agree to disagree there, but I don't. His state of residency could still file charges. I can't tell if you're ironic or not. I think you can figure out by my closing arguments anyway, whatever it is. It's a good... He wouldn't have made it to court, lol. Yeah, he would have been dead on the ground. You know, they say in the instance of what Kyle went through that, like, while he was walking away after having killed 2 people, he literally, like, tried to surrender himself to passing police officers in cars, and they didn't even stop, and he had to turn himself in later. Do you think that if his color of skin were a bit darker, that would have been how that went down? You know? You think maybe as soon as they saw a black kid with an AR-15, they just would have called in the fucking SWAT team and been all around him, even if he hadn't done anything with it yet. It's just, you know, the thing that was being protested that day, for it to come down in this way, and for it to be just another instance of where, hey, some white people killed some other people, you know, who were protesting for black rights, you know, and they're exonerated. And the police, you know, they could lean on your neck until you die, and, you know, maybe they'll lose their job or something, but maybe, do we really need prison time there? Hey, you could shoot that guy in the back while he's walking away completely unarmed, took his shirt off to prove it. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe you need 2 weeks off without pay, sure, but, you know, I think you can get back on the job. Here's your pistol back. It's just, it's a bad look. By which I mean America in general is a bad look. So there you go, Ren, right? That's what I just try and serve my audience, you know? Came in and said, I come here to watch you politically rant. And I reached for the latest thing that's in my head, which is Kyle. I mean, he's a young kid, he fell in with the wrong group, the wrong crowd, you know, as people, like, this is... I can see it from all the angles kind of a thing, but it doesn't bring anybody back to life. You know? So maybe he should have to serve some time for killing human beings. You know? Considering he brought the weapon into the scenario and escalated it to a situation, and then, you know, however it played out. Maybe there should be some kind of, I don't know, justice for the dead and the living who no longer have their families and friends and lovers. Maybe there should be some of that going on, with an acknowledgement that, you know, I mean, that's why there's so many people out here trying to do so much work to try and, like, push against the fascist movements that are arising in America, because, like, end of the day, like, when it hits the fan like this, you want to just hold the individual accountable, and you should, but god damn it, like, it's also... I'm aware that the history of America is people being oppressed by people who are being manipulated by people who are doing the oppressing, you know? Like, a majority of the people who have actually been the oppressors of the oppressed have been doing it based on being fucking brainwashed, being put in positions, being told societally that this is correct, this is right. If you don't do it, the value of your home is going to be there. You got to keep the black people out of your neighborhood because your home value is going to go down. Like, they have co-opted generation upon generation into shit that they didn't, that the less intellectually aware as well as emotionally aware amongst us had no fucking chance against the diabolical levels of fucking propaganda and media and fucking Fox News and Tucker Carlson and Jordan B. Peterson and like, you can't expect everybody to see that coming. You can't expect people who grow up in a household with fathers and mothers and just a world of racism around them to be able to break out of it, especially when you have no support from an external society, when the support from the external society is to reinforce it. There's so many people trying to manipulate people, trying to literally keep people dumb. The last jackass president before the current jackass president was trying to get laws passed, and there have been several laws passed in several states saying you can't teach the concept of critical race theory, and they're making sure that you can't teach that in like high school and grade school and stuff like that without even knowing what critical race theory is, because it's not the kind of thing that you would probably be teaching in high school or grade school or middle school. It's a very specific legal premise. Now, does it expand to a lot of other issues? Yeah, but like, they're making laws against this one very specific concept of how to interpret the legal platform, the legal scenario in America and throughout its history, in the law, in the courtroom, in jurisprudence. And they hear the words critical race theory and they go, well, that sounds like teaching kids about, you know, racism in general, and we don't want to do that. This is 2020. There's reports being drawn up in order to try and create a whitewashed, maintain rather, a whitewashed version of the history of America and make sure that it's in code that you can't teach kids what actually happened. And so it's like the personal responsibility of someone who has been conditioned from day one. We still have to hold them personally accountable as though they are individually accountable, because they are, and the damage that they're doing is, people are dead and shit like that. But it is not without some awareness of that they too are victims. That we're all victims. Officers papers straight at what? The dude kicked him in the head. Who? With the what? Talk about the jumping man. I don't know what you're on to now. Alright, so, wait, my balls are put together here. We need to make some kind of progress here. I'm saving that, because those balls seem structurally sound. We hung them. We hung the balls outside, and they held together pretty well. We assaulted them with spheres. Bounced balls off my balls. They held together. I am very much aware of the fact that this is at a different, distance from one opening to the other than what we were doing in the sketch, but this works. This is just right, and so we're going to have to deal with it. So, from here, what we want to concern ourselves with is docking. We need a way for these balls to connect at both of these points to the hallways. And so, I'm going to look for probably the biggest, even though it's going to be also the heaviest, but the biggest docking port that we can come up with. Clampetron docking port senior. Oh yeah. And then you need a node you don't attach radially, so I'm going to have to give you a node. Or do I have one on the interior? No, because those are the hexagons. Hexagons don't have a cubic octagonal strut. Okay, no, they don't have an octagonal strut. That's the joke there. Cubic octagonal. It's like, don't tell me that they changed the name. No, one of them is the octagonal strut. The other is the cubic octagonal. Okay. So, how did we actually, I know how we accomplished this previously. But how should we accomplish it now is a different matter. Because what we would do is take you, and then with an absolute, rotate it to be perfectly straight up and down, like so. And Alright, I'm just gonna leave it where it is because it's fighting me, so maybe it's telling me don't do that yet. You might like what happens here if you don't mess with it. I'll put you there. My god, you're huge. My god, you're huge. From the interior, we ain't got nothing yet. If I pull you in... Like, I would love it for that to be, you know, exposed on the interior so that it looks like you can enter from both sides. But then on the exterior, it looks like that. That said, they would always be attached once they're there. So there is that, because then you'd do like this, and you'd flip it upside down, and you'd put it on like so. And then you would have, yeah, one port along with the other. Another thing you could do is try and line these ports up like that so that their things are in the same place. This might just be too big. I mean, it seems appropriate, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be too big for where all of the walls are going to come off of it. Yeah, you're right, Pong. Get rid of that, you silly, silly boy. Also, this is just put in a place that looks like it might be kind of centered, so I should probably pay a little bit more attention to having it look as much like it might be centered as it possibly can. So back to coupling, and the next lowest down from that one, which was the Clampatron port dock senior docking clamp port. There's the shielded. I remember looking at these before, and we don't want that. So just give me the regular old Clampatron. Where the fuck are you? There's the junior. There's the regular. Having trouble speaking words now, for some reason. That looks cool. And then from this side, on the inside, you know, maybe we can gussy it up to make it look like something's going on there. But that kind of stands at about the level I would want it to stand at. Maybe even a little bit further out, so that the caution tape is visible completely, including from the bottom. Just like barely leaning against the edge there. With this vigilante justice shit, you know, I'm still thinking of Trayvon Martin. I don't forget. And white people get to fucking do it. And then, so on this side, flip that over, just like that. And in fact, I think you'd need another coupling kind of a thing. Like, can I attach to you? How would you end up doing that, actually? To make the structure of the hallway. Well, you know, don't worry about it quite yet. No, yeah, go ahead and worry about it now, because whatever you do here, you just copy-paste up there when the whole thing's come together. So my question is, with the structural, like the cubic octagonal, can I radially attach to the docking port? And it looks like I can. With snapping, shoe off like that. And then just to make it look more rightish, I brought you down there, tucked you in right up against the side wall like that. Yeah. And then another. Thing is, you could do it on both sides. Like, if this is how that's going to be structurally connected, and that would help get it started. Well, you want to do 6-sided symmetry on that then? And then it's connected on all of these? It's a lot of little attachment points. How tall is a cubic octagonal if I stand it upright? About the same as 2 of those, so I can reduce parts count on this. Stand you up like so. You know, because a thing that plays into my thoughts and awareness on all of this stuff, all of this, you know, back to the old with the fascism and the fucking white power rhetoric and... Oh shit, you need to do that in Six-Sided Symmetry, but a thing that plays into it for me is, as it has long been, thoughts and musings about the exposure of the American people for 70 extra years to lead. That in the early 1900s, I think actually the late 1800s, the science was out across Europe and across the free world saying lead is poison. And in fact, it's poison to the brain. And it means if you're exposed to it when you're very young, that your neural pathways aren't going to develop the way that they would otherwise. So it's going to cause, you know, a lot of learning disabilities and shit. And the rest of the world went, oh my god, we've got lead in our paint, we've got lead in our this, that, and the other thing. We've got to get lead out of all of our, you know, systems. And so then they began the process of lead abatement in the early 1900s, and maybe, you know, completed them by the 1950s, 1970s, depending on where you are, and that kind of a thing. In America, while everybody else was getting the lead out of their you know, getting the poison out of their homes and off of the toys that their children played with on a daily basis, we were being exposed to those lovely, like, 40s and 50s styles ads that were, noble lead, lead in your paint, lead in your gasoline, lead as the metal that will solve your world. Oh, lead is so lead, lovely, lead, lead, lead. Let's all buy lead, lead. The lead industry was allowed to just proliferate, and abatement was not begun, and when it was begun, it was not taken in earnest. Seriously, it didn't begin until the 70s. It is not done as of fucking now. It's been 50 fucking years. And that exposure, you know, I just, with the awareness that the people who allowed it to be and who had the monetary incentive and that kind of stuff, if they understood what it was doing, you know, it's not surprising in America that people were allowed to continue making the American people dumber, making it harder for them to learn, harder for them to recognize how badly they were being fucked. And, you know, that kind of aspect on considering racism in America, that there are the real victims, and then there are lesser victims. But there are a lot of fucking lesser victims. There are literally, you know, the people who did some of the victimizing were victims, co-opted by systems that trained them into acting the way that they did, while intentionally keeping them from having the kind of intellectual faculties that they would require to grow beyond the manipulations that they were being put upon. Asbestos exposure too, yeah, but that just like kills you. It just gets in your lungs and shit. As far as I know, asbestos doesn't necessarily, you know, or affect the development of intellect and rational reasoning and brain growth and things like that. But lead sure as fuck does, and boy did they not do anything about lead for 70 years past when the rest of the world started it, and you just start to wonder why. That wasn't a problem or an issue for anybody. You know, it's curious. Was it the SP12s? It's whatever matches, Paul. Yeah, I suppose it is, isn't it? Yeah, it was the SP12s. Absolute me first to make sure that we're on directly middle, and that's not right, because these aren't right. If I do that, and then okay, I guess you guys weren't snapped to dead middle. I don't know how we got there, but you weren't, and it wasn't, and it didn't put you down. And the point was to have them be wide as they could be, and in fact, we might even leave the edges exposed in the exterior. Yeah, give it that extra little, you know, that greeble and that texture. Maybe a little bit less to try and match the lines that are coming off of the... Yeah, maybe as much as it possibly could be. I don't know. If we hide them entirely. It's nice to have a little bit of overlap going on there. But this is not... Let me instead merge you guys down to the point where you're on and attached to that. And that actually looks really good. It makes the walls a little bit thinner, but it looks really good. And you look like you're being supported from in there. I might go with that just because it gives me the right, you know, appearance. It gives me the right look there. So then from here, these would all be attached. And were we doing it? I think we did it like this, so that I could make sure that I was snapping it to the right point. Just the middle, and then pulling them all in one direction. Yeah, don't pay attention to the fact that I pressed the 3 key. You don't need to listen to me. I'm just the guy playing the game. You do you, Bay. I don't love how those octagonals look. I mean, they're low weight, which is why I used them. They're the lowest weight, solid, rigid, structural part. But I'm not in love with how they end up looking. They fill the space. That would fill the space too. Would it though? From top to bottom. I could use those and attach off of the side, off the ends of them. And that would look pretty fucking cool. Don't you think? Make another docking port so the tubes can just be docked onto the balls. Yes, that is what we're doing. That is where we are, in fact. If I take that off, docking port there, and then this docking port docks to there. But yeah, before we go any further, I think that would look... I mean, it's going to look structurally less solid, but it's also cool, you know? And it's not like that looks super structurally solid right there. Fuck's going on here? I don't know. So yeah, I think maybe you're all coming off, you're all coming off. So 6 of you upright. Ooh. Man, that would be fucking killer to have it right there and leave it right there. Shit, man. Shit. That's good. That's real good. I like it. Pull you up a little bit more. Ooh, and where you were, it's kind of perfect for the skinny look. And you do look well connected. Star of David going on there. I like the thing that you really liked, Palm, was though upside down. Can you get them upside down? So if I like that, and then pull you up. Yeah, there's tons of room for this, actually, especially when we snap it into the edges of those. I'm just looking at how it looks from this angle. Yeah. Pawn incorporating pagan symbols into his designs. Pagan! Pull this up. There. Snapping. So. And then where are you in reference to the part that you're attached to? Is there room for you to... It looks like there is. So right about there. And then I grab these themselves for any final adjustment. That widens them out, that brings them. As for the skinny corridor design, that looks so much better. Yeah. Way, way cooler interior there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then on the inside here, we've got that going on. And we'll just pretend like it's not. So actually, from you, could I need to find the place. Well, that's as far away as you'll pull it without me holding shift. Where does that leave us on the interior? Pretty cool, actually. Pretty nice. Yeah. A little bit of texture tearing at the corners there. We'll put something over that, or we won't, and we just won't care. But that's cool. I dig it. Can you dig it? I can dig it. What is the top one? How far out do you go? It's kind of perfect. Yeah. So from here, take you, and then to make sure that we're attached via the correct nodes at all the nodish points. Do that. And then like that. So it's Q and then pull to the right is how you're doing that. Okay. Yeah. Another one. Q. Pull to the right. Good. And another one. Q. Hit. And go. Pull to the right. And now this is 1, 2, 3, and they were going to be in sevens, so that would be 4, 5. But we've got a connection right there where they all... See, they need to be, like, attached at various points through here. So if it's 1, 2, 3, I think on the fourth one, I would strut them up. Do like that. And then see how off I am horizontally. Okay. So now from here, I could grab all of you, Q, and then rotate with snapping to the right, and that's actually okay for some reason, maybe, because when I just pull that away and go out, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you guys, you know, it's not like it's going to go all the way across. Is it, though? Is it not? No. No? No. Why not? 'Cause. Why? Reasons. Oh, those things again. Always getting in the way, they are. Would I? Will I, won't I? Will I, won't I? And then, like, because from here, we could have another docking port, and then they'd come up, and then they'd have, like, a connection point in the middle instead of going all the way across, but then it would just be all the way across if I do it the other way, because this would be a separate piece. A mid-docking port too, Sister Mason? That's what I'm wondering right now. One way or another. I went Stephen Fry for a bit. Hello, Pi. This looks baller as shit. Oh, thank you. It's only been 3 live streams getting to the point where we're still, like, we're back here again. Do I do a center docking port? Or do I just make it structurally rigid all the way across? I feel like the center docking port makes it more structurally sound in the long run, even if you bring the whole thing up as one piece. Because the way that we're building it right now, you know, each one of these strips is just a strip, and we're having to join them together with struts in order to make them connect six-sidedly. And if I then cut this off, put it into a docking port, brought it all down to that, and strutted to that, it would make that area more rigid. I mean, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be the place to do it. If you were going to do it, then just do it. You can always undo it, but start by just doing it. So, with the structural panel, once again, in fact, you're not going to connect to anything off of those, so I could use that, and then pull you down. I think you'd need to be tucked in. We'll figure out how much eventually. And the docking port needs to come off of exclusively one of these and then be joined to all of them with struts. That's the idea. Getting it straight in space might be a lot of fucks. Yeah, and maybe it all comes up as at least the corridors come up in one big chunk, but the docking ports are there. You know, let's put them in and see where it lands us anyway. So give me a docking port, and it's just gonna have to be one of them. And we'll come down off of you. And then we try and find a center. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a problem right there. Where even is the center of the thing, and how would you line that up from here, and etc. and so forth? Well, you just eyeball it. Maybe we'll be able to figure out a way to make that happen more correctly. And then to match the other docking port, it was on the outside. They were like that on the other side, if I recall correctly. The tips, anyway. They kind of go in, but then they cut off. Might be even a deeper cutting off. But we'll go with that. And then the other part of that would be very important is the struts, which we put them on the interior or the exterior. Well, this part would never again be seen, so yeah, put it out here. Like that. To you. Take you guys in and under. Seems visually plausible. Ah. Ah. And then it would be very important that the docking port be just the right space without a gap. Which would come down to, I think, just moving the docking port, actually. I mean, but you'd want to move these. But now, because I've got the docking port attached, do you move together? You do! Okay, good. Then, yeah, it'd be better if it ended up accidentally embedding a little bit than the other way. I'm not sure if that's true. Yeah, me neither. I guess we could try and test by, like, if I took you off of here. That's not gonna work out for me, is it? Oh, God. Yeah, and don't do 6 of them. Just 1. But now there's not an attachment point on that side. The attachment point would be on this side. That's not what we want. Yeah, that's not at all what we want. Oh, and that took everything. That's also not what you want. Like, what I would need at this point, let's save there. What I would need... You got what I need. It won't, how would it be? How would it do? How would it be? If I were to, like, take a octagonal strut and I put it there, and then I make you the root part. Okay. And then I take everything from there, copy, and then flip you around. And then make you the root part for a moment. And then throw you away. And then bring this in. And snap. Lines up beautifully. And then we've got balls on either side. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to test that. See that that would do the thing. Now that we know that it would do the thing, let's rip it away and throw it and no. Go from me. But yeah, that's good then. That's very good. You, and you say she's just a friend. And you say she's just a friend. Oh, baby, you. Maybe a gap you can't fix, or the structural parts won't let it dock. Yeah, there's all kinds of that with those problems that could happen. Indeed. It looked good. It looked very good though, right there. So we're gonna carry on as though we don't have problems, because I'm an American and that's what they taught me. Just pretend, make believe. It'll all be fine. I need the center of things again to be, I believe it was you. So you're the main part. Oh God. F absolute, C for snapped. Grab it. You straight up and down now? You are. Okay. Why would it, when I change the center, why wouldn't it, and then it, It's fine, doesn't matter. No, it really does. No, it doesn't. Rip you off. Yeah. And then we need this one up there. Yeah, just like that, too, because that's the way that the other one is. And we made a perfect copy, so why wouldn't it be like this? I am attaching off of the correct part, right? It's a cubic octagonal. It is. Sadly, we did just eyeball this into place on the other one. All right, no snapping. And then you'll just give it the angle that you feel you want to. I don't even know what way to go with this then. Well, it's because, yeah. See? I actually, it just clicked in my head. Well, it's because that one's at an angle in order to make it straight. So if you just rotate it twice, it'll be right. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Saving from here. And these would have to be things that interact with them, like the own part, right? Because there's a thing for that where it's same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes, just on the ports so that they can, you know, actually hold one another together or be able to attach to themselves if they ever break apart. Same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes. Okay. So where do we stand on this then? saving. Because at this point I feel like we've got a concept for all of the things. You know? Like if we rip the hallways off and put them onto their own ship and send them up, then they would be something that you could pull up and dock to the place that they're not. No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. Because of what Dramatian was saying earlier, with these parts getting in the way of being able to possibly dock them. Shit. Because they have to penetrate. Which I guess would mean that you would have to have this be its own thing, because it's always going to have to be that way, and we can't rip a hole here. I mean, even if we could, trying to scrape past and push this in is not going to happen. So what you would do is have this be a permanent lippy thing that's there, and then you would have the docking port deal happen here instead. Yeah. Fuck. Fuck, we were close to something. And then no. Realized it's all gotta go. It all has to. Everything is built off of you. Fucking balls. It's off of that one. This has got to be here, and then it would have, and then you could, fuckity fuck. How do I move that wall one forward? I mean, we've got this wall over here. This docking wall built as it is. I'm going to again make this the center of mass. The center, the core part, root part, root. That's the root part. And then from here, what am I looking at in terms of being able to like maybe move this, move the whole ball with you if you do that. Right. But that is attached specifically to this part. I just can't figure out the way that I can go about it. You know, I know what I need to do. I know how I'll do it. But I can't figure about, like, my endpoint. Maybe a smaller tube inside extends the docking port so it telescopes into the bigger tube. I mean, I'm just gonna move the docking port over to here. In the same way that we've already got the thing. That's all I was planning to do. But because this is the attachment point for everything else, it's like, alright, rip the ball off. And put the ball over there. And then you, why do you attach to everything? Oh, because if that's the center part, then yeah. That is a thing that happens. And now you're at a completely different point because this fucking game. Oh, I love it. Let's go back to before you were the root part. Yep. What are you doing there? Get these balls out of here. This is why I'm sitting here just going, how the fuck do I get there now? From what I've built. If I use a subassembly and were to say you're the hallway, let's take a walk down the hallway. It's a long way to take. It takes all day. Hallway. It's a temporary thing. Save it. What happened? What did you do? Nobody asked you for that. Hallway. And then I just fucking get rid of you. It doesn't help to do it that way. Alright, just throw that aside. Just throw it over there, throw it away, throw it to the fucking dogs. I don't care. Go back to here, because we'll start by building this from fucking scratch, apparently. Or like I grab all of this again, like I was gonna do with the hallway, like just put it back the way that it was, which is a Control Z and a Control Z, and nothing's stupid and ripped apart and everything. Okay, so yeah, if you're still the center, I get rid of this, I get rid of that, I get rid of that, I get rid of that, and then that, and then that. But you're the piece, you're the one off of which everything connects, apparently. If I remove you, put it back. Okay, so get rid of that, and 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 get rid of that. And then all y'all really gonna have to do these one at a time, because I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do them one at a time. Get rid of all of that shit. Grab you, and then with snapping, radial snapping. What? No, with symmetry, you're not respecting that was put together in symmetry in the first place. I love this game. I love this fucking game. So you, here, six-sided symmetry. C. I have to get rid of each of you individually. It's because I've changed the root part, I guess. So it just loses the symmetries across reroutings. Yeah, it's just like rebuilding everything is what you're doing here. Oh, fucking lovely. Right? Yeah, fucking lovely, innit? So importantly, in fact, because that's not going to be there. Mason suggested a tube that takes us out. Oh God, I need a live stream break. That's what I need. I realize what I need now. I'm feeling very tired. I'm feeling very like fuck me. I'm just gonna rip you away. I'm gonna rip you away, and we're gonna have that break, and then I come back, and then I make some fucking sense of this. So I still got that hallway saved over here. We've made a sub-assembly part as well. I'll just leave. We'll take a live stream break. I come back, and then we'll figure it out. Man, I feel like I just hit a brick wall, like energetically. You know, you ever have that? And just like suddenly, boom, and it's just like, whoa. Maybe I should just go lay down, but I'm not gonna protect my health. Instead, I'm gonna keep doing a live stream with you guys. Grab some of your cold pizza if you've still got some. No, it was so good. I ate all between me and Lady Pawn agreed. She ate her 3 pieces and I ate my 5. And there you go. It's good ass pizza that I made. But just here's some calming music, just to center you. Think about the temperature of the air on the bow of the Calitan, and I'll meet you back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn that out.
I've been reading the tea leaves again and I think we should adjust our buy-in price. I'm moving the upper threshold to $4,201.79. Just wanted you to know. Buy-in price updated.
Mr. Bags. Sorry. Jeez. And hello and welcome back to a twitch.tv/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn. Linux Guru Gamer, Ronan Pawn, you around? I am, raiding with a party of 18. Hello? What are you doing to me? And people to the actual show. Okay, that's and me pressing all the buttons and just being a little bit off today in general. Thank you so much, Linux Guru Gamer. How nice of you to bring your audience in here. I will try and stay away from the topics I've been talking about for a few minutes. We're just looking for anything and everything to talk about. Well, we're working on my Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love. And we've run into a wall here, in a literal sense. That we need a wall to move, and because of the way that snapping works and root parts and everything like that, I'm just trying to figure out how this would all be able to come together. So this is just a piece of the Satellite of Love. I mean, it's most of it, but you really have to see it in its intended final form, which is somewhere here. Where are you, hon? Don't tell me you've deleted me. The Satellite of Love Mark 6. This is what she's meant to look like. Ah, there we go. Dog bone of Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love there. Whoop. Yeah. See that? That's the one that I like the look of the most. Then you go over here, then you go back there, you look at that, and then you go over here, you look at this. Then you go over there, you look at that. See, so that's the structure. That's the form. The size of the matter that we're going for there. But in order to get it to be something that's structurally sound that could possibly be shipped to space, which is only a minor concern of mine, because I do want it to be an art project first and being functional second, but it's a close second. And so what we've done is taken that design, broken it apart into bits, flipped root nodes and parts of things all over the place in order to try and create something that could potentially be actually assembled in the space. And our problem currently is the realization, all too late, that this docking port to that docking port would never happen because this part penetrates that part, and we cannot simply remove the interior of the wall because of the geodesic dome and how everything connects to everything else. And even if we could, trying to slip this between that space, it probably wouldn't fit in the first place. So, where I am with this premise right now is that we just build this out to be a little that comes out from here to here, and then this is where the node would be attached to this and everything back, and then it could snap to that. But it's now again a matter of flipping root parts and centers of this and that and attachment points and all in order to try and figure out how the F we actually get to being able to do it the way we intend. During the live stream break, I surely should have thought about that and tried to figure it out, but man, brain's just kind of on fire here, boiling, stewing in its own juices, and my chronic fatigue, myalgic encephalomyelitic issues seem to be alive and well for this stream. Gotta go have fun. Good night. Good night, Linux Guru Gamer. Thank you so much for the raid. You go relax. Taking whenever I raid a live stream, it's like, how long do I have to sit around? And not always. Sometimes I still got energy. But I'm very much aware of of the fact that I've been streaming for a while. I wanted to do a raid and then leave. Please don't assume that I'm going to stick around for the next everything. Yeah, have a good night, LG. So, this wall then. Damn it, during the live stream break I didn't get a beer. Honey, if you're watching the live stream, you probably aren't, but if you're watching the live stream, hon, would you mind terribly running a Stroh's into the old man? Would you? My girlfriend, if she's watching, would you? I'll just look over my shoulder and see if she's... how do we get to this point? How do we manage to do the thing? That's the door opening, and that's she's so sweet. She's so sweet. Thank you. That's my girl. That's my girl there. She takes care of me. It's the only reason, you know, if you like these live streams, it wouldn't be happening if I didn't have that kind of support at this point. So we need to build that out and build a wall, and the thing is, how are we going to build it off of there? So let's just grab some parts and start slapping it together. The easy way that isn't going to work would be we grab we sort by mass, because that's how I usually see things. We grab the SP12 structural panel. Oh my god, the number of nodes and the frame rate. But we could just like line them up all on those and then twist them so that they come directly off and then merge them in. The thing is, then I have to do it all individually, one by one, by hand, by one, by one, by hand, by one. What we want is a structure that is reproducible, that gets, you know, produced on the hallway above as well, so that it's exactly the same both sides. When they link up perfectly. And we've built something like that over here. But we might have to rebuild literally everything that we've built, which has been just sort of the theme of this entire construction. As you build it, you get an idea of what it's supposed to look like, then you come back and figure out, you sketch it, and then you try and figure out how it would really work. So give me 6-sided symmetry here. Attached like that, we've got snapping on, so that is the right point. Is that, no, you're too big. You're far, far, far too big. There's a smaller triangle, and it's the SPT06. And then, yes, you, like so. So is this the Mark 7? It's the Mark... we just keep saving whenever we get to a point where it looks like we're probably going to destroy everything that we've already done, and maybe... maybe that's not going to be such a good thing. And then we give it a save. That's not really going to... It'll be, you just keep going, Pawn. Don't you think about you start thinking about stuff, we're never gonna get anywhere. Pull you out, and then how tall are you able to get without me holding the shift button? All right, we'll start from there, and then off of you would come the SP12s, which we could do if I spin like this, and then I'm gonna attach to just the right spot, which would be like you. No, you're supposed to be snappings. There you go. And then rotate, flat, and then rotate down. No, but the rest of the way too. Don't just arbitrarily stop it at a point that you like, game. Like so. And then I want these to be actually attached to those. So, is there any more room? If I go off of snapping, can I get just a little bit more height out of you? Not really. Alright, then stick with the snapping just in case. So there you go, absolute snapped to there, and then it would be you guys. And I guess I'm just holding shift and dragging it to where it needs to be. Without snapping. Eyeballing it, that's great. It works out so well in the long run. No texture tearing along the seam. Looks plausible. There's plausible deniability in that. So then from you... No, I wasn't holding shift. All right, just Control Z. It's fine. Hold shift. And then merge back. And maybe merge all the way back. Because I need them baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back ribs. Maybe just as far as you need to in order to hide the triangle. Yeah, mind the penetration in here as well. That's plausible. It sticks out quite a bit on this side. But it does get the job done and look all right. So then, from here, having made what I've made... Dramatian suggested, what if we did an empty fuel tank? This wasn't exactly what Dramatian suggested. If I did an empty fuel tank to extend it, drain the liquid fuel out of there. You okay with that? You have a problem with that? Let me look at what the docking port actually, what the sizing of that is. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with that. Then we'll just use a structural tube. Smallest we've got, TD12. Attached to there. Come up by one more, and you're immediately too long. And you're immediately too short. Okay, well this worked out great. Thanks for coming out, everybody. We'll see you next time. Oh, why are you too short and the other too long? Why does it have to be as such? I suppose we make it the longer version and embed that as well. And then you on... Nope, you were right in the first place. You on there. That's not really centered, is it? Not so much. No, I'd have to say. So, but where were you then? You're centered. So then you're not attached to that if you're not centered. Pull that whole thing off, because it should be perfectly centered to that. Yeah, there you go. And then you, and then maybe with snapping. In, and then, oh, you're popping up for reasons. For those reasons, though. I see. So you just hate me as a human being. You wouldn't be the first. Which means if I pull it back anymore, it just pops up. So if I hold shift, boy though. Oh boy though. So that would actually be the docking port itself would be the part that really needs to be just perfectly in line and no more. Yeah. Yeah, good luck with making that line up. I think err on the side of it being a little bit too in, at least for now. That's actually probably the worst idea that you've had out loud in a minute. Others might disagree with the political ranting from earlier. That's looking good on that side, and then on this side, I think it gives us more structure to be able to do something, and it makes it look, this look like reasonable to have that there. Yeah, that was a good call, Jermasian. We ended up doing your idea, you know, just like 20 minutes past when you said that that would be a good way to do it. We had a live stream break. It's the only thing. So, that being the thing, you being on the dead center of everything now, could I do what I need to be able to do here, which is like take you and then using you as the basic sort of model for this. Where the hell is the node? Node's in that direction. Get it on there and then figure it out. So I'll just drop you on there for here and for now. And then we figure out what we want, what we need. Number one, we're not going to need this. Get rid of you. The important part is that, in fact, you take this off, take that docking port, flip it over, attach you to the docking port, and then actually, if I were to take this and, oh god, with the, yep, no. And just rotate it once, and that gets that into the correct place. And then the idea would be to take these. Are you all individuals there? You shouldn't be. When I drag one, they should all move. Okay, and they do, but I grabbed in entirely the wrong position. It's the blue one that you want there, Pawn. And then I line you guys up. And we want there to be 0 gap, ideally. Okay, there's just enough gap there that it's not 0. But we all know that if I go any further, we're never going to get these things docked together, right? So let's keep going. And then we'll never be able to get them to dock together. Perfect. Perfect. So that gets me a thing that I can build off of. Yes. Seems that way. Would really like if this wasn't here, though. really like if that wasn't there. If it were just the docking port. Just to confirm again, we had to have something for the docking port to do its docking with. Yeah, no, we did, didn't we? It needs to be snapped to a node. Well, we would have to do something to gussy this up if we wanted the interior to look a certain way. So we'll just do something to gussy this up to make the interior look a certain way as well. When we get to that part. Yeah. Because that now makes something that's like structurally, conceivably, repeatably-able. So actually, could I do... I think what you want to do is just rebuild it. Like, build the whole thing again. Because all of the funny concepts I can come up with, I think we just need to repeat it. So, Q, get it dead snapped, and, yep. And then rotate right. Q and rotate right. We just want to be, like, maintaining the same pattern in case it has a cumulative net bad effect on everything we've done. So Q to spin, then rotate right. Q to spin, then rotate right. Two more. Hey, buddy. What? Hmm? Go, you got food and water? You got food and water? You just want my love? He just wants my love is the thing. Come on up. Come on up. Sit here next to me and give me your input on my design. What do you think? What do you think? You think I've wasted a lot of people's time today? We've only been here 3 hours and 20 minutes. And we're nowhere near done. What do you mean? Why do you have to be like that to me? I thought you loved me. Rotate right. And then there's one more. And the thing is, out here, like, do we attach to you and then down? We do. So what if I were to... What if I were to actually remove you because you only come off of one part? And so if I did that... And... Yeah. And then rotate right. Da. And then with the putting you back into the place. And the place was just like that, except for just one of you, and then we had to just kind of make it be where it needs to be, I think was the deal. Which is why there were all these. Which is why there were all of these. And I'm going to have to get rid of them and remake them anyway, so just set that over there. But now I got to look at, like, the spacing. Like, this is definitely not dead center to the hallway, which is a whole nother problem. Whole nother issue. Is that a dog? Oh, hey, King Akira, how you doing? It's a nightmare of nodes, isn't it? Jesus, yes, Gohan, hello, and isn't it, though? Is that a doggo? A catto? It was a catto. Your sphere-shaped ship is looking so good. What's the part count so far? Now that we're down to half of it, we're 528. Used to be 800 and something for the whole ship. Now that we've tried to actually start building it in a way that will be structural and assemblable, yeah, we're up over 1,000 once it all comes together. Even before we Greeble it. Because we're definitely going to Greeble it. A lot of art that needs to be done here as well. But I have gotten away with 1,000 parts in testing. Or at least with the 800 before. So what's 200 between crack and physics? Really. So I can't go down on another snap, which means I do have to just eyeball this. Which is just great. Right? I'm just trying to think of if there's a way that I can get perfect dead center. You could... It would help you in eyeballing it anyway, if you were to go back to this, right? And then if I snapped you guys onto the middle... I'm sorry, did you flip around to a different... No, you're in the right direction. It would at least help me get the get the dead center by merging them all together and waiting until there's... And then how are you going to get them out of there? Well, I'll just keep right-clicking and detaching from symmetry until it's perfect. Until there's no more... Oh, yeah, there you go. See? See, I'm a smarty every day. I am so smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T. S-M-A-R-T. So that's pretty damn close to dead center. And then you just keep clicking and throwing things away. And then you don't know which one is the one that it was connected to. Well, actually from here, could I then do this and with snapping, but local snapping, pull it back by 1. And then if I put it back, it's in a perfect spot. Yes. Which means then I can see which are which, and I can remove from symmetry, and I can remove from symmetry, and I can remove from symmetry, and remove from symmetry, and then did I have you then? I got you, then I must not have gotten you. Remove from symmetry. Okay, and so this one thinks it's part of a symmetry now, but it's a symmetry of 1. So now I'll just take that off, get rid of that, drop it away, 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 and then part offset, click, snapping, local, grab, 1 down, and that's perfect center. As perfect as we can do by eye, and it sure doesn't look like it. That don't look like no dead center to me. But damn it. If I held shift with the snapping and then pulled it up by 1, that don't look like no dead center. No, and you're moving all... Well, okay, well, that's because you did the shifting to the... But you see how much more embedded it is on this side than it is up there? But we did it. I was a smarty every day. How did you figure out how to make the sphere with triangles, says King Akira? Through 6 hours of error. No exaggeration. 6 hours of trial and error. But I'll tell you, like, what I have now is a collection of in my sub-assemblies. Pull those up. I've now got all these different balls. I made these actually off-stream. Big balls. So big balls probably describes it. Giant balls. Big balls describes the process here. We make a pentagon starting with a hexagonal strut at the middle. We make a pentagon by forcing 5-sided symmetry. And then we change the root part on that to be one of the edges in order to make a radial version of it. And then we've got a pentagon that we can attach via like one node like that. So that's attached to there. And then we make the 6-sided hexagon just out of snapping the pieces together, although being careful that the exterior node is the one that's on the rotational axis, because each node on the triangle has a different reference to its rotational axis, so you got to make sure of that. And then once you get the hexagon and you got the pentagon, then you can build starting with the core pentagon at the bottom with 5-sided symmetry, which is it'll be snapped into when you're trying to use it. You can then attach the hexagons to it, fold them up until they touch, and then you grab a radial pentagon and slide it in there. Attached to those, and it'll be in the right mode of symmetry, and then you slide that in until it touches, and you just keep going like that until you get yourself a whole friggin' sphere built. It was 6 hours to... Oh god, what's happened here? Don't worry about it, it's not important, we don't care. Looks like it went with the soccer type pattern. Yep. I don't know how else you do a geodesic dome. I'm sure there's one that's just made of like the triangles that come a little bit out and a little bit in, but in Kerbal, with the angles and issues that would arise from that, this is the only way that works, or that we found that works, and it works great. It's incredibly reproducible, which is why I've now got, medium balls, small balls, big balls, and I got giant balls. I haven't showed anybody my giant balls yet. I mean to make a YouTube video showing how this is done, and then there I will reveal to the world and expose in graphic detail my giant balls. Yes. But that's a matter for another day. The matter for today is that doesn't look like dead center to me. Well done, giant balls, indeed. That's... But I had a method. My method was so smart. Alright, here's my other method. That looks about right. That's another way to go, right? I mean, it's gonna be reproduced and attached to itself. So even if it was completely off to one side, it's still gonna be the same part attaching to itself. So long as we've got the right dorsal when we're attaching it, you know, which will be a thing in and of itself. But yeah, we can ignore that, is what I've decided to say. But what we can't ignore is we need that docking port to be right on the edge, just like the other one. Yes, indeed. And then the other thing that we need is what I had done up there, which will involve struts in the 6-sided. You can feel free to snap that. And I think I'll... Okay, why you know snap, you... Okay, there you'll actually hold it to a place. And then I just did that, and then I came back in and made them look good. I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. You don't want to like adjust it too much because it is trying to get over and around the thing. So if I embedded it too much, then they might not attach when they snap into existence in the next scene. You know, it's getting up and over and coming in. So I got to be careful about it. Maybe just where it's not penetrating in an ugly way through there anyway. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. That's fine. So, now, I'll save it again. Are you gonna really? I'm gonna save it again. Maybe you should go move on to Mark 8. Yeah. Whenever you're feeling like, maybe I shouldn't save this. I don't know if we can go back from here. Just make another mark. And then that means that all of this is not good anymore. Oh god, that's... Yep, too many symmetries. Game struggling. Throw you away. Alright, so this is the structure that we want on both of the balls. And you'd think, well, you could just do that on one of the balls. No, not really, because there needs to be a floor that is the ceiling of the other, that is also the floor because it's space, so what's up and what's down. But there's reasons. Reasons exist. And I'm not making them up in my head. Shut up. You don't know. You can say that you don't. You might know, is the thing. Alright, so then we put it here and we rotate it twice, thrice if I go in the wrong direction. And then we just line it up by eye, which has been a shocking amount of this project has been. And then we just have to line it up by eye. But damn, I am good at lining it up by eye. On both sides, that looks like the seams are just about as good as they're going to be. And we walk inside and look at it from this, and look at how that triangle comes together right in the dead center of that. Yeah, I gotten real good at lining it up by eye, Mom. And then that all, yeah. So, that should... Right, then I look at the top one here and see how much you embed, bottom one there. Yeah, that should be exactly the same-ish. Close as we can get it. And then the idea is for both of these, that the true attachment point is out here. And so were I to grab you from there, I can just pull you off. And then this would be a piece that just attaches. You can take to space and align and then snap in with these. And this is only half the length. So what? So buttons? So buttons. I mean, that's theoretically all we would need, except for that we want each of the parts to be... We want to Greeble the whole thing and have them all be a bit unique, so each side of this. The balls are going to have to be one... They're just one part. These come up as one part. So the... What were we calling it? Rex named it. The scrotum. The scrotum wings are all one part that will have to be lifted in a single launch. But these could be broken up into 4 different components. Orbital assembly for this is going to be amazing. I'm here for the Kraken, says Gohan. Well, I don't know when we're going to get to that, because it's just so much. Can you have Kerbals float around inside later? Man, I really want them to be able to. But reasons and things and difficulties. Maybe there's... What are the... I think we've already looked at this before, but let's look again. There's an expandable docking port. Well, it should be under coupling then, right? Inline clampetron. Is it not in this? And I was going to the right place before. The inflatable airlock. What is your size? And would you hide within what we have here somehow? So, open the airlock. You would. Well, that's what we need then. That's what we need. Thank you for bringing that up, King Akira. It does expand, so it's small. Yeah. Does it, when it's not expanded, could we use it? No. Because they wouldn't be able to really get in there either. But I suppose we could transfer them from the airlock to... No, we couldn't. How are they going to be able to get around inside the ship? Damn it! King Akira. You've pointed out something that I want that I can't have the way that we've built it. Yet again. Another, like, and then we rebuild everything kind of a moment. The balls now have an appendage that extends. It does inflate a bit. So in terms of being able to dock them together is the one thing. Like, but you'd be the other way. I'd want you attached in here like that. So when I do that, you go in that direction, I presume. So if I rotate twice, I just got to get you in the... Ooh, God. Oh, that's so... It's kind of a... Yeah. But then it comes, like, right up into the ball there, you know? I mean, if we have a way... How much do you weigh? 0.1 tons. Oh, that is the best way. But if we have a way to... get them into one of these things, and they could go to any other one on the ship magically, because you just transfer between the two, right? Right? Like you would 2 different cockpits. So the other option, at 0.1 tons, you're going to beat any other option there, because the lowest thing that you can put a Kerbal into is 0.56. So this is the thing that you want to use. Make no mistake about it. And this part is entirely... It's meant to be empty. But then we got the docking going on. Expandable airlock. But like we could have it tucked right up in there. Ooh. Up to that point. And then when you are not open, closing the airlock, and then the opening of the airlock. Alright. Yes, son of a... it makes me want to see if there's a place where we pull it back even further, and I'm still okay with the way that it looks, and I'm certainly okay with that. I think I'm okay with that as well. A little bit of penetration, a little bit of merging, but just to like make it so, yeah. And then we put that on an action group so that it can happen interior-wise. You think that will actually end up being usable everybody will actually function as we would intend it to choose you. And let's just, like, let's save again, I think. And then from you, I take this off and look at what we've got. Oh, yeah, no, that is in the way of the actual docking point. Put that back on, grab it. So the best that we could do, in terms of keeping it out of our way, probably like that. If we did like that, it'd be better. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I'm just looking for the maximum depth that I feel comfortable with for merging it. In fact, if I do like that, I also don't hate it. And the docking ports should still work magnetically and do their thing, I would think, at that point. And then on the interior, it opens to about there. So it eats up a little bit of the room, sure, but I think it's fine. I think that's livable withable. Livable withable. Yes, sir. Another little thing that I'd like to try before we just say, alright, that's good enough, and walk away, would be give me you again with that, and then if I put on snapping, absolute, and I hit it once, drags you to there, I move you back, drags you to there. So if it were right there, that's also, like, plausible. I could live with it. As long as it doesn't block the ability for them to attach, and it looks like it's about as close as it could be without doing it. But in that position, then, you know, it eats up a little bit less room, and if I go the other direction with it, just to say let it be the other tick. Because if it's on a snapping point, then I can do the other one real easy. Then it comes into this area like that. I think I'll go with this one. As you say that, and I hear how your heart deflates, I'm gonna go like that. And if it's an issue, then we'll figure that out in testing before we try and assemble things, is what I will try to convince myself is true. You guys are definitely merging into one another there. If I were to grab you and drag you back... Oh no, you had it at like the perfect place. We're very close to it. Okay. That's it. That's the deal. Oh, they're going off at different angles. Why and how and why. And how. And how. You. Grab you. Rotation. Absolute. Snapping. Touch. There we go. Okay. And then from here then, the bottom one would also want and need for the entrance in here that same thing, which means you just go away, or you just attach the, like I could copy paste the whole thing, but can I just take you, put you there, and then this was the whole point of doing the snapping the way that I was doing the snapping, is to then grab it from there, drag it in on some snaps. Some snapsingses. And I believe that was the point. Should be. I should just make a copy of that one because it's perfect. But is it perfect? Because we want everything to be the same once we go to make it. So you're attached there. You have no interior Structural support. Neither does this one anymore, because we rebuilt everything. Okay, we got to put some more struts in here. We're going to build this one, and then we're going to reproduce it down there again. Is how we're going to do that. So you, and then these should be 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3. This one's fake, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we still want it here. To link all of these together. So snapping, and then why you gotta be all like that though? If I put you up here. Okay. You to you. Can I actually get away with that in six-sided symmetry? I can. Oh, and that looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Save that. And then rip this off, throw it away. Oh god, I've done it again. I left it in the high symmetry mode. Back from you. Into you. Grab. Yeah! I got this whole piece. And what it needs to do is get on the ball. Get on the ball over here. I don't think we want snapping, but we'll see. Twist to that side. I think the snapping might be helping. Dropping it there. And then we are off at slightly different angles. So then I come in here. Grab this guy. And with absolute, touch it. Check the center-ishness of that. It looks like it needs to come a bit down. Maybe even a bit left, but I think that's closer. See how it looks on the exterior. We got a bit of a lip there, we got a bit of a lip there. That's a good match. An eyeballed match, but a good match. Alright, save that. Did everything hold together in terms of strut work when we were copying? It did. Looks good. Okay. Now, that means that they can get from this ball to this ball, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can get across, like, into the corridor. So the corridor, which is also, like, going to be split in two by these, if they snap together there, if we wanted them to be able to access both corridors, that's a whole nother bag of worms. And I'm thinking, let's not address that bag of worms. You know, if they can go from one ball to the other ball, then we'll just have to imagine that they can get everywhere else. They can get from this ball to that ball, that ball, that ball, that ball, that ball. The hallways are just, you know, how they get there in our heads, I guess. Because otherwise, you know, that's a lot. That's a lot. We need an opening either side for them to access either end of the hallway. No, not worth it. Not worth it, in my opinion. But we're, like, this is the most structurally we might be there that I have felt. What do you want to do, Pawn? I want to put it out on the pad just to see how it holds itself together with a little bit of support, you know. This thing is meant to go to space. So we're trying to make it in a way that if there weren't gravity, we'd be okay. But where there is gravity, I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, hey, you know, get a helmet. I just don't know entirely where I want to support it or how much I want to support it. I feel like one more from down here is probably appropriate. Because there's just nothing holding those together right now. Maybe instead of that, you only give it support on one side there, and then you also give it support on that one. I feel like the balls need to be held from both sides. You know, you gotta cup the balls with both hands, or else, like, what are you even doing, really? Like, who's that for? Save that and launch it. Yep, put it out there. Let's see what the frame rate and structural integrity and Krakenish potential of the craft is. Shouldn't be any. Should just hold together, nice and solid and rigid. I'd hate to find out that either my balls or shaft were just too wobbly. Oh yeah, frame rate isn't even that bad yet. You know, I mean, it's not great, but that's all holding together. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. And then if I were to hit the spacebar for some reason, there's nobody to hit the spacebar. So there you go. Okay, the other thing that we were testing earlier was, you know, the real structure. Real, like, can it... Oops, I wasn't ready. I didn't mean to... Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a speed of 54.6. That'd hurt anybody. But yeah, that's pretty... That's nice and solid. You know? Turns out a sphere is a pretty solid shape structurally. Who would have known? Who could have guessed? If I fire it right in there, though... Yeah, because it's got nowhere to go, so it does some jiggle physics. And then we get some explodies is the deal. But I think they survive a good jiggling, is the thing. You know? And all these parts are nice. Okay, well, you got trapped in there now. Don't pretend like that was... Yeah, and then we're going to do a lotto later and draw. Uh-huh. What blew up? Maybe a strut that was on the inside of there? Okay, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. Getting a little crazy there, Pawn. Yeah, that's good. Let's give it a mass of like 128. Alright, so that's a little bit too much. Slightly over. 69. 69 Alma balls. There we go. And the shaft. Alright, don't want to ignore the shaft with the 69. Sure. Yeah. Alright. This is look at how strong and long and proud that is. Got a good dangle to it. Oh, Jesus. Nope, none of this happens. We're fine. That was all in the simulator. Just found out about Apollo. May he rest in peace. Yeah, Apollo legend. It was a sad day. Yeah, not a lot more to say about that, but hello, have my jokes. Welcome into, I feel like what we're kind of wrapping up at this point. Like, we're not done, but it's working. I think we've got, like, the fundamental understructure. I named this live stream Greebling, the Satellite of Love, Mystery Science 330. But what we needed to do was build this so that it had the structure, could support itself, could be assembled, you know, made sense in some kind of way. It now has a floor and everything. We've got entrances to all of the balls. I would like to duplicate this in such a way as we end up with all of the things at this point. I'm just not exactly sure how. Yeah, not exactly sure how I would do that thing. I guess except maybe to... Ooh. No. Well, What if you just kept building? I keep thinking in terms of how do I flip the centers of this and that and the other thing. But what if you just kept building from here? I got in you. I grabbed you, made a copy. Just the one. Came outside. What? Yeah, see, now that's the problem, is that you want to flip it around and, like, try and attach it from there. But that would not be where the snapping point is on that copy. With a subassembly, I have the problem of nothing. Like, if I make this the root part, anyway, and then I yank my ball off of it, my balls, but then I need my balls back, you know. Could be walking around ballless. How do I get the other side of this built? Damn it. From you... Man, if it were perfectly the same on both sides... I mean, it won't be because of that structural thing, but if it were... Like, imagine if I could just take from you... Just imagine it, though, if this were the thing. If I could just take from you, and then come over here, and then snap to there. No, but, like, to the... Not to whatever you're attaching to, but to the thing that I want it to attach to? Imagine, though. Are you not seeing the existence of a node? You are. You're just pretending like you don't... Okay. Snapping to all of the other nodes instead of the one that I want you to. Oh, what was that? Where were you? That's too high. That's off to one side. No, that's too close. That's... Nope, not that one either. It's this one that I'm looking for you to find. That one. Yeah, it's turned into something of a mess trying to get things to attach to the nodes. Because there isn't a free node right there. There absolutely is. This is the docking port. This is the steeple. Open the hands and see all the people. Maybe if I rotated. I was trying to avoid rotating, but if I flip it... No. No. It just won't find that node. But it should. What about down here? Huh? Huh? What are you attached to? Definitely not what I want you to be attached to, right? Still don't know what you're yeah, see, that's what I'm seeing here. Oh, come on now, buddy. Have I got, like, the wrong side or something? Is there an explanation for this, is what I'm getting around to in the long run? Damn, we've already got everything lined up the way that we want, so, like, I don't want to have to drag this out. But we do have it figured on both sides. If we go to snapping, we go to local. We pull it out by one. That's as far as it'll go. And then I'll never get it back to that position, but do you attach now? You don't. What the fuck, man? Move it back. Move it back. Thank you. You mess up all of the things, because sometimes you control Z and the game's like, that's not how you built that. It's over here now. Well, it looks like it held together across that. Damn. Why? Man, you got nodes in the game. I'm hitting those nodes, I'm dragging over those nodes, and they're just not snapping together? What's your problem? I can radially snap you to the thing. What did I copy off of? I'd be absolutely certain that I got the right thing. Because I'll be copying off of you. That's what I want, is you. You're the one. You're the one for me now. I'll just take you and flip you. You won't attach to it either. I do have these the right ways round, don't I? Yes, you do. Are you missing your node for some reason? Let's reload the craft, because this seems like the kind of glitchy thing that happens. Don't save. I saved it already. You never feel confident about doing that. I saved it. Satellite of Love Mark 8. Load it up again. Yeah, you're the guy who had all that stuff on. Alright, you can keep all that stuff on you. Like I care. Because I don't. You do. You need to rip it off. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And then save. And then come in here and grab it again. For Pete's sake. For the love of Pete. This game with its sometimes applying its own rules. Pull you out. But damn you, though. If I get a new docking port... Is that the... No, that's the junior. There's the regular. You only want to attach to, like, the back side of it. It's lost its port. It doesn't know where to find it. Is it because you're actually attached to the front port to there instead of the back port? Maybe that's what happened. And then... That's not attached to that at all. Go away. Get you there. And then I need another of you. Flip it. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was attached to the wrong port from where it was. So now we're back to this place where it's like, apparently we just have to fucking eyeball the thing. Because I can't come up with anything better, and then all of these would have to be redone. I mean, you know, I love it. I love redoing the work that I've been doing. And trying to guess where where dead center would be, because I don't think that I don't think I've got a way to do it with the way that this has been built so far. Give me all those. Put you on snapping. Move you as far back as I can until you start coming off of the dead center snap, and then onto there. Sure. Pull you in. Pull you back. I don't like the penetratiness of that. I mean, just go straight through, actually. All of it, all the way to there. Yeah. That looks good. So now that's supported that way. And then the same thing would be true of you. True and fucked up. But from there, with the top one, we come in here, get you, and you're not going to be a perfect match to that other one, which really, really sucks. Let's see how not a perfect match you are. No, 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 no. This is me hitting the Shift X buttons to cancel your symmetry, and you not listening. Wow, that's how close that is. That's how close that is to perfect. Well, now we can make it perfect. So I take you. I move you up to perfect. Oh, quit skipping perfect. There's perfect, okay. If I push you out, I believe that is a kind of everybody dies sort of a seam. But in terms of trying to get these things to attach, that might be a good idea to leave that little seam. Yeah, it's invisible to the naked eye, but maybe it's there. Alright. And then that's you to you. And you got all that stuff going on. That one didn't need it. Everybody lines up in the middle like that. Okay, so now these are like, yeah, both ends can be used for attachment-y purposes. Nice. Nice, save that. But again, we have to throw this away. Over and over and round we go, doing the same thing we did before. Because I just don't think that there's another or a better way to be able to do it. Give me you, and then bring me down here. And I don't know what I'm looking at. So we want to be on the outside. Like that. Rotate it twice. Put it on snapping, because it does seem to assist. It does seem to help okay. Find the place you want to drop it. And then go inside. Grab it again. We have a procedure for everything. Grab it again with absolute snapping. Touch it. That lines it up perfectly straight. And then from the inside, just going to look at it. Give me you. Because you look a little high. No snapping. Try and get you dead center of where all of those cross one another. Could go down a little bit more, but yeah, it could go down a little bit more. Like 1 friggin' pixel. And then from the exterior, check our lines. Check that they look similar either place. We got a nice little lip there, a nice little lip there. Okay. Everything lines up perfectly. Good. Save you, and then we just need our balls in place. Which would require me flipping the center of... flipping the root part to something else so that I could grab the ball and flip it over there. So I think from this point we're going to try going to the Mark 9 in case this doesn't... This saves over something that... And fucks things up. You change the root part and then the world explodes. Has been my experience. I could just change the root part to you. It didn't change the orientation or angle, and that means that it didn't affect the struts like it could have done. Okay, good. And then in order to get my balls in place, this whole structure is attached to there. If I grab from here, what do I end up with? Just that ball. That's not what I expected to get. But that is what I got. If I grab from the one that's down here instead, does that give me, like... I expected to get too much. I don't know if that's what I want, but it is what I expected. I know everything's connected from there. If I make that copy... Now, again, it's just one ball. Okay, that's weird, because if this is the... attached, this is the part, then it should go all the way down there, and then it should come through all of that stuff. So, that's just that ball. But it's got to come around. So how do you attach? Like, what carries it through? That carries it to there. Is it that? I think that's it, pawn. And that gets me everything. Everything! Including some stuff I don't want. So... yeah, but no. But can I just get you to a place where I can drop you that you're nearby? And then reach in here. And there is a... shift something something that will allow me to remove this, which would remove from here. Pull you off. Set you aside. Oh, and we're lacking that part of this part of the ball over here. Well, ain't that fucking brilliant. Whatever. Tell me you will attach there. You will not attach there because of what I've done. Okay. So then your attachment point ends up being that, and if I remove it, I no longer have an attachment point, but I can do a radial. Where do I need this attachment point in order to make the contact? Because what I need is I need this. I need all of this, right? So it'd be like if my center, my central root point was this. Oh no. That will have fucked a bunch of things, probably. Strut-wise. It looks like it didn't. And so with you, the root part there, and does that mean I could take from this side? If you're that part, then it would be... this one that I want. Wait, are you not the root part? What is the root part there that I'm hovering over that is the root part that, but it's... oh, it's that. I made that the root part. Well, okay. I don't know, pawn. Yeah, me neither. Just grab from here, make a copy. And see what you get at the other end of things. I think what I get at the other end of things is that this is going to now be too long. Because it's now... there's an extra piece in there, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No! Oh my god, it's correct! Holy schmooples. And then where I had this, we've got all this structure. And we want to rip off... one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. I'm going to try and pull this back off and see about removing that while holding shift like I tried before. So it should be you that I'm pulling off. Yes. And then the place that I would want to remove parts from this would be past this stuff, would be from you on. I hold shift and remove the docking port itself. Set you aside. Tell me I've still got this snapping point. I do. It's node. And then I hold alt. And I pop it on, and holy spooples. That might have gotten it. Throw you away. And now what would we make our central point? And what I could do is just go to rotate, grab the whole thing. Save it as mark 10 because I don't trust anything. Save mark 10 in this point, and then with the rotation tool, shift click, absolute, snap, straight up and down, check your struts. And these struts are still strutted, those struts are still strutted, those struts still strut. Aha! Remember this? This was, you made these up here just because you needed something to build the 5-sided symmetry off of. You can get rid of those. Alright. Is that down below as well? No, but it will be on the other side. All the strutting looks good still. Let's walk down the hallway. Struts look good there. What about the struts that are on this side of things? Those struts look good. These struts look good. Pass through. Yup. Go down here. Struts. All look nice. And then at the top there should be these triangles that we get rid of because we're not doing 5-sided symmetry anymore. I think that's it. I think we nailed it. What's the part count now? Just get that, yeah, centered up there. 1,092. That seems right. I think we got there, people. I think we got there. Again, this gap is a little bit wider than we wanted it to be, but it's correct. It's just correct geometrically. So we have to fill that space and make some concessions here and there. But I think we're there. I would like to grab the entire ship. Oh, fuck. I didn't... Nope. I was kidding. Obviously, that was just me joking. Yeah, that was just... I was fooling... Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, God. Nope, everything's wrong now. Alright, load up the Mark 10 that we saved. That's why I make saves every couple of steps that we take. 'Cause fuck! No, though. How even? I didn't... But... Was that like the auto-save? Because we hadn't done that yet. No. Are you just... Because you want to? It doesn't matter what position we left it in? You just want to, so you do that now? Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1,102 parts after removing the triangles and stuff. You just gotta pick a part to be the root that's not gonna fuck literally everything up. How about you select a part as the new root? You know, that's this one. You aren't the root, so you should... No? You don't want to do that? Alright, it doesn't like that one as the root. How about one of these docking ports in the middle? How about you? Okay. Drop it. But how? How can you attach there and then... It's just a matter of a translation issue, Paul. It's a something's translated. Something needs to be translated into a different language. You are attached directly to you. So the problem would be on this side? What is the... Where is the center of this mistranslation? Like I can go to here. Okay. So there's that. but you're not a thing. You're not a thing. Like, you're the end part of everything. So we follow that back to over here. And are you in the right place on the interior of your ball? You are. And then this ball links the right place to the other ball? It does. Is this breaking anybody else's brain? Just, how is this even possible? Side of things? What if I made you the root part? Sure. Okay, now you're the root part. And then, are you just not attached to anything? This is the end of the... Everything goes off that way and comes back the other way. So you go out here, up here, through here, and then the problem then would have to start here. If you're the root part, then the problem has to be here, and it would be the... one of these. The hexagonal strut that's in here came off of its place, and then when we move that back to place, then everything's peachy again. So, without snapping? With snapping, view up, again. Yeah, so without snapping then, huh? If we do absolute, oh god. I'm gonna go up to the mark 11. If it will fucking let me. Save. Get a hold of this piece again. Click. See. Snap. Absolute. Absolutely not helpful. But that's pretty dead metal. I guess I could come up to there. Something like that. And then from the exterior, good looking lines. Interior, just enough penetration there at the tall point. You've got a different amount of penetration here, which is kind of none. So that's not quite right. I mean, at this point, it should all be able to be assembled in space if I ripped it all apart, so that's the main deal. But having done that snapping bit up there, I'm going to try doing that snapping bit here as well, where I snapped it first. So you to there, put on absolute snap, grab it once. So now we should both have that sort of depth of our snap. And then just a matter of aligning it to the center, which it looks like it is. And then pull out. And then this. And then this, which is an issue of what? Well, it's an issue of just pulling that back because that's a separate thing that's just attached specifically to this, which is attached to that, which means don't hit the snap on that. Hang on. It's coming back, and then boom, we go back to this shit. So, for reasons, Kerbal really... Oh, and now it's just the bottom one. What the fuck? Kerbal doesn't want this octagonal strut to be where I put it. For the reasons, though, is the thing. It doesn't want the octagonal strut to be where it is. Listen, we can break this thing apart into chunks and assemble it, would be the idea. But I would really like it if I could, you know, have a version of it that actually exists in the memory and works right. So if the root part is this, which it still is, then the problem now is down here, but it's going to also be there. Like, you're the root part. No, is it? No, it's just going to exist here. It's just here. Right. So, let me just check. With that snapping that I did up here, did we generate an issue at the other end or something? No? How the hell did that work here and then not work at the other side? I don't know. Yeah, me neither. Snap. Penetrate in. Drag down. Okay, well, drag up, drag. Where do I? Where's my? What drag? What's going on? Okay, no, that's that part. So then it would be the part of the ball that it attaches to now. If I hit Control Z again, from having tried to drag that, hang on, and then and then one more time to get that back straight. Yeah, and then it's actually the ball and not the this. So it's you from there. Really? Yes. What the fuck? I know. Don't question it. Just see if you can get it to, that looks right. That works right. Mark 11. What are the odds that it actually stays there if we reload the ship or if we load it into a scene or something like that? But there it is. Let me just look at whether or not we've done the thing that I did before, or whether some of it got lost at some point, which was, each one of these should be set to same vessel interaction. Yes, same vessel interaction. That one already had it. Same vessel, same vessel interaction, yes. Same vessel interaction, yes. I want those docking ports to actually be able to grab one another. Now this may cause crackety, crazy, explodey forces. I acknowledge that. That one already had it. Good for you. Let me go up. And you didn't have it, so you need it. You didn't have it, so you need it. Same vessel interaction. Same vessel interaction, so that these docking ports can grab one another even though they're on the same craft. Which, yes, may cause the entire thing to explode, but... And then you just fill in the blank on that sentence however you think. So I think that's all of the docking ports. Stop being green, Kerbal. Save that. Save it many times. We are at a part count of 1102. Is that more than we had a minute ago? Are there overlapping parts somewhere here because of all of the weirdness that's gone on? I don't know. I think this all started when I tried to move the ship up. So let me try that again. And maybe back toward the middle of the room, huh? Thanks. Save. Structural. Hold from here. Hold from here. And my god, if it can manage, like, all of the weight and load that would do. When those docking ports try and grab one another internally... let's launch that. Yep. This would be a very reasonable time for the game to just throw its hands up and crash. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm ready. I've been here for 4.5 hours, and I'm ready to do that myself. Come on, baby. It's just 1,100 and some parts that you got to independently calculate physics on while they're trying to grab onto one another at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 docking ports. No problem. No problem. Huh? And then the little bend in there, that's it just flexing to get the snap on those ports. See? That's what's going on there. Huh? I mean, it's holding together incredibly well under gravity. With just these 2 pivot points right there. That's pretty damn good, actually. But at these docking ports, like, do we have... Are we there? Like, how would I know if they've even docked? Would it tell me if they're docked? These should be docked because they were built to be docked together, so those should definitely be docked. This was the center, this was the root after we rerouted, so that should be docked, that should be docked. That should be docked. Everything should be docked right now, right? Because it comes from here and it's all snapped together around like that as far as the ship is, you know, as far as the physics is concerned right now. Yeah. So everything is good. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. And the frame rate is, you know, well, live streaming, 60 frames per second. Just 1,100 part count. That's not awful. Try and apply some physics to it. I'll tell you what, as the closer for the show, we'll just again put the mass down to 1. Speed of like more or less a 50 is what I'm looking for. Speed of 50. All right, 4 point. It likes 54.6. We're armed. Oh, there it goes. All right, yeah, the frame count is definitely there's a frame count to the frame count. If you right click and it should tell you. I was right clicking on them. Maybe it said it. And I couldn't tell, but theoretically they should be. I'm just gonna pop a ball. Okay, I think it just didn't calculate that should have been an impact. I'll give it a little bit more time by trying to glance it. There we go. There's an impact. Uh-huh. How about over there? Okay, yeah, you just went right through. You found a seam. Uh-oh. Alright, so one of my balls has released. One of my balls has released. But, that is some pretty rigid body, considering that's 1,100 parts that have to come together. Somehow. Oh, yeah. Okay, whatever that was. If you just stop, like, finding your way to the inside of the thing. So those are struts. Yeah. Which we didn't need those anyway. Who needs struts, right? Hmm? That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Let's up the, no, the size is fine, I think. Well, alright, but the speed, just a little bit fast. Uh-huh. Yeah. Sure. I mean, if we were impacted by asteroids while we're, you know, in orbit, then this would happen. But you see how well it's holding together structurally is what I have to say. Okay, that's another... What did you have to say? Something about its structural holdiness. Okay, you gotta actually... Yeah, there you go. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah. All right. Oh, and the frame rate's coming back so nicely. All you gotta do is blow up a couple of 100 parts. And the frame rate's like, yeah, let's do this thing. Nice. Nice. Alright, disarm. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I gotta say, though, from, like, stream to stream, it would appear that we're making no progress. The first stream was all about, like, figuring out how to make balls, how to make geodesic domes, coming up with our own way, because I've never seen it done, and 6 hours later we came up with a way to make a geodesic dome that's beautiful and reproducible and that sort of a thing. Second day, we got to this point, but only in the mock-up, only in like a drawing. It was sketched in that the pieces were all together, but they had no theory of how they would actually go to space or how they would hold their own structure together, really. It just looked cool. Now we're back to the point where it looks pretty damn cool. It looks like it's supposed to, according to our reference photo, again, acknowledging that this is a little bit wide, a little bit wider than we want it to, and we might be able to actually change that. We might be able to adjust that, because these balls are like one thing. I could merge my balls together the next Sunday that we get together to do Kerbal creative builds. But like, we're at the point now where it's maybe a little touch like that or something like that. I think this is structurally sound. I think this is the way that it needs to be. We could break these 2 hallways off into 4 discrete pieces, send them to space, be able to link them together to each other and link them to the balls. We send the balls up in 2 different ships, 2 at a time. Well, I mean, it's 1 ball sack, so to speak, at a time. But that's, you know, we've got a launch concept, and it works in terms of holding its own structure together now. We're ready to Greeble. I just need to stop putting it in the title that we're going to be Greebling today, because we don't. So next live stream, I'll say nothing about Greebling, and that's all we'll do the whole time, because that's just how life works, isn't it? Save the Mark 11 in case I haven't 7 times already. Leave this place, and leave me as well, fair viewer, fine and lovely people you, who spent that time with me watching me do something that I kind of already had already been doing. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this live stream, is where we are. And I'm just going to find us somebody to raid here real quick. See if anybody's up. I'm starting to feel, it's weird to feel guilty about raiding the same people. It's just King Akira, who's usually on when I'm getting off. That's not what don't take me literally there. Who's this? Rachel Maelstrom. We've raided her before, and she was nice. King Akira's on right now as well. But let's just to spread the love. Let's go say hi to Rachel. So copy that in. /raid Rachel. Well, let me actually see that she's online. I make this mistake all the time. You go and then you're gonna go over, and then it turns out they're not really there or something. Oh, good ads. This year, who wants to get themselves some Nikes that are manufactured by slave labor in Taiwan, Malaysia, and Vietnam? Or how about an Xbox or a Switch? The Switch, the worst designed thing that you've ever... Just a remote control, wireless remote controls, they don't work correctly about like 1 meter away, like 3 feet, like from here to there. If they don't have line of sight and there's like still air between the controller and the thing, they don't work. Originally sold for $500. How you doing? Yeah, Rachel's there. She seems to be there. So let's raid Rachel Maelstrom and call this a live stream. For I am the Ronin Pawn. I'll be back here Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be back to Kerbal Career Mode, where we've made Bill a really cool ship, a ship that I like. Small one, but good. We need to get Val a ship, somebody, kind of a shuttle. I'd like to make Val like an SSTO or just a space plane in general, and I would like to make Jeb a big, dumpy, stupid tourist thing that just carries like dozens of Kerbals to the moon and then this all in one. Because that's his job, that's his role, is to take the jobs that nobody else wants. The jobs that have no scientific value or purpose whatsoever. So, those are the kinds of things that are at us in Kerbal Career. Thank you all for coming out, and I hope to see you back here Tuesday on out.